Oh, I'm the same million. The link on sale times. With this NCOP. Hello.
Hello,
How are you?
I'm well, how are you?
Thank you.
Um,
Oh my God. Thank you. How are you? Well, thank you. Sorry. He's coming now. Waalaikumsalam. Hello. Hello, Johnny. Good.
I've been thank you so much. That is the last application.
Ibhegi yami efana yakho angiyazi yayazi yazi inhloti. Ibhegi yami ye-laptop. Yo, awuthi ngibona nami ngibona. Am I telling you say we're not going to my table? For example, now what is this one about? So yes. And then you can but this is this interview of members. In a provincial medals, no interview. Hey, this interview is your stage, you don't know. Well, this interview when interview success, this is the province. And I realized this thing document is a voter registration. I'm a chairperson, at the regions, what word? Why interview? What kind of interview is this one? Because I don't want to because even that side, originally, I'm gonna do it minister, we go to me. Yeah, I get it since it was assassinated me, even yourself. But 40 pioneers, Baba never takes for MCs. Always there is a video of delegation, the certificate. What to matter about what other members, which are located back in the ship. I'm not the leader of delegations. Why are what was over negative and developer? 97
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Ross was busy. Thank you very much. I now request the delegates to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Yes. Now, thank you very much. I'm told we have in the gallery Councillor Philip Gomez from Citibank District Municipality. Welcome. Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, please be very reminded that rules and process apply for the hybrid city. So before we proceed, I would like to remind delegates of the rules relating to virtual and hybrid meetings and sittings, in particular sub-rules 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103, which provides as follows: that the hybrid sitting consisting of the National Council of Provinces, that delegates in the hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in the sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that for purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged onto the virtual platform shall be considered present, that delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak. Delegates who experience connectivity issues are encouraged to use a still photograph for identification on the virtual platform, as is the established practice. That delegates on the virtual platform are encouraged to log on with one device only, as logging on with two or more devices further lowers the bandwidth. That delegates should ensure that the microphones on the electronic devices are muted and must always remain muted unless they are permitted to speak. That all delegates in the chamber must insert their cards to register on the chamber system. That delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones. That all delegates may participate in the discussion through the chat room. In addition, I would like to remind delegates that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, members of the executive, special delegates are requested to ensure that the interpretation facilities on the electronic devices are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Permanent delegates, special delegates, salary representatives, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation instruments on their desks to access the interpretation facilities. Honourable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Deputy Minister, Honourable Obed Bapela, Deputy Minister of Public Enterprises. So welcome, Deputy Minister. We know that you're going to be virtual. But in the same vein, I would also like to welcome permanent delegates, MECs, and all special delegates to the House. Honorable members, we now proceed to motions. I will now allow for notice of motions to be tabled. Any delegate wishing to table a notice of a motion? Thank you very much, Madam. Please proceed. And then Mushudi will follow.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Notice of motion, evaluation of water quality. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that council in the next sitting debates the evaluation of water quality and human risk assessment due to heavy metal in ground water in and around Vembe in Limpopo, as the district has generally been experiencing water shortage. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson Ali.
Honorable Shodi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House is now seeking debate fast-tracking of the work already done between the government and the taxi industry towards the formalization and capacitation of the sector to ensure that it economically growth, strive, and continue to play a significant role in the transport industry in South Africa. I so move, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Lihihi. Honorable Lihihi.
Thank you, Chair. Kema mo boemong ba economic freedom fighters gore councilor ga tla go dula mo kopanong e latelang e dibete seemo se se kwa tlase se se dire sa ditirelo tsa baagi tseo di rebelolwang mo ke masepala wa selegae wa Makwasi Hills mo provinceng ya Bokone Bophirima ko ebile go santse go na le tlhokego ya metsi le kgelelo leoso leswe le matlakala a nnang dibeke a sa tswe a ntswa baagi ba tsweletse go patela ditirelo kgwedi e nngwe le e nngwe ebile ba tshosediwa ka boramolao. Ke a leboga Modula Stilo.
No, thank you very much. Any other notice of motion?
Yes.
Yes, Mutsamai.
Thank you, Chairperson. I raise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that Council note that on the 21st of November 2023, the Lower House took a resolution to close the apartheid Israel embassy in South Africa. In a light of the continuing killing of women and children, land dispossession, and bombing of hospitals in Gaza by the apartheid Israel, further note that the National Assembly came together in its majority and pledged a solidarity to the people of Palestine who are currently experiencing an ethnic cleansing and genocide at the hand of the terrorist state of Israel. I acknowledge that the motion to close the Israel embassy was introduced by the Commander-in-Chief and President of the EFF, Julius Selo Malema. Recognize that the motion was supposed by the African National Congress, ANC, the National Freedom Party, the NFP, Al-Jama, the African Transformation Movement, ATM, and the Pan-Africanist Congress of Tanzania. Further recognize that a total of 248 members of parliament voted favor of the motion against initially 91 who voted against. As South Africans, We know that the resolution to close the Israel embassy until the ceasefire, their ethnic cleansing is long overdue. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I so move.
Honorable members, maybe just to make a comment there, having listened to what Honorable Msamai has just said, that the motion, notices of motions, is an issue that we've raised over a long period of time. Notices of motion, the Msamai, should be shorter. On emotions without notice should take a different form. So we do plead with and request the whips of the various parties to ensure that members and delegates are familiar with this approach. Thank you very much. Any other notice of motion? None?
Yes, Chair, Honorable Bata.
Yes,
I've raised my hand.
Honorable Mkause.
Hi, boy. What about the
Yeah, we have
Honorable
raised our
Ndongeni,
hands.
sorry.
And Nkosi,
Honorable Bata.
Honorable Ndongeni, please proceed.
are
Thank
you
you, Chair.
Mukause? Are you Mukause? I'm Mukause.
Okay. Mkause, please proceed. Mkause, please proceed.
We can't hear, Chair. We can't hear, Chair. We can't.
Thank you, Chair of
try
the Council.
again.
I rise on behalf of economic freedom fighters. I'm speaking.
Please proceed.
I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that face the lack of water, sea spilling other parts of the state, soil.
Honorable Mkause, we have lost you.
I'm here, Chairperson. I'm here. And ANC people are disrupting me. I don't know why.
We are unable to hear, Chair. We can't hear, Chair.
Honorable Mkause, please proceed.
On behalf of the economic freedom fighters that in its next sitting, the council debates the short of water, the staff.
Sorry.
Chairman, audible.
No, you're not.
We keep on losing you.
Am
Let's
I
give you
audible?
the last chance. Let's
Can
give
you hear
it
me?
now, for the last time, please try.
I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that in its next sitting, the House debates the shortages of water in the areas of Sol Plaatje in the Northern Cape, the sewer spillages, lack of proper sanitation in Mangaung in the Free State, as this hampers on the livelihoods of our people. I so move.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much. Is there any other person who wants to table a motion on notices
Yes,
of motion?
Yes,
Honorable
Chair.
Yes, Ndongeni, please.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debate accelerating and expanding access to early childhood development, to ensure improvement of their quality as well as strengthening the upskilling of ECD practitioners. I so moved, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll then move on to motion.
Chairperson, Honorable Bartlett.
No,
I've raised my
Nkosi, my
hand,
hand is up, Chair.
Ngosi, please proceed.
Why are these ANC people fighting like this?
We are not fighting. Our hands are up. That's it.
You are
Thank you,
interrupting a peaceful sitting.
Aiwena. Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debates accelerating the comprehensive student funding model for higher education as an instrument also geared at reaching out to students who fall outside current NSFAS criteria, particularly the missing middle. I so move, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll then proceed to Honorable Bartlett.
Chairperson, yes. Yeah, Chair, can I please proceed without the video because I'm worried about my network. Can I proceed, Chair?
Please proceed.
Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress.
Please
Chair,
proceed.
sorry. Yeah. I hereby move on behalf of the African Nation. Oh, sorry, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debates the development of harsh, strict measures to combat the growing kidnapping for ransom tendencies in South Africa. I so move, Honorable Chairperson. Sorry for the disturbance.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Bartlett. Any other notice of motion? None. We will therefore proceed to motions without notice. I'll start on my left. Yeah. Jadu. And yeah, okay. You'll follow. Okay. Let's start in that order. We'll come here.
Honorable
Welcome. Yes.
Honorable Chair, I think you would like this one. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council congratulate the learners of Park Primary School that recently contested the 2023 Astro Quiz with not just one, but two teams and scooped the first and the second prize in the Western Cape and also got placed second in South Africa. That this House notes the success was not just obtained overnight, but through hard work over many years that also translated to accolades achieved since 2015, where they won the Western Cape and placed sixth nationally. In 2017, they came second, both the Western Cape and nationally. And from 2018 to 2021, they were the 3 times Western Cape winners and twice national winners, as well as placed second in the Western Cape last year. Notes that the Mossel Bay Mayor recently also conveyed his gratitude for the phenomenal success and the positive image the school generates for themselves, but also the greater Mossel Bay. That this House commends the learners for building their own legacies, but they couldn't have done it without the dedicated teachers that goes above and beyond to invest in them. A special thanks to them, the Principal, Dan de Tooy, Dr. Andre Leonard, Ms. Marna Engelbrecht, and Mr. Flippy Skitter. But more importantly, to the 8 learners, Vika Smit, Drian Kutsie, Anna Janse van Rensburg, Kayla Albertijn, Livia Gericke, Alexa Alberts, Monique Bonner, and Kanu Potgieter. We are excited by your achievements, but even more so with the potential you hold within you to invest back in our country. You are, however, more than just ambassadors for your school, your town, and your province. As a team, together with your teachers, you are laying the foundation of what can be. In a country where in a country where an insistence on excellence is not always adhered to, you are planting the seeds that will grow into a forest. We hope and wish you well in establishing the school and the town as a center of excellence when it comes to many things, but in this case, specifically to science, that do not always get the attention it deserves in our country. Keep working and keep inspiring. I so move.
No, thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? No objection. That being the case, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We will then proceed after Honorable Lund to Honorable Njadu.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and members. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House welcomes the allocation of 15-year fishing rights to 62 small-scale fishing cooperatives with a total membership of 3,850 in the Western Cape. Recalls that historically these communities faced systematic exclusion due to past injustices, which hindered their participation in fishing operations. Believes that their inclusion into the formerly Western Cape fishing industry, the fishing cooperatives, will promote employment and economic development in fishing communities, as well as support economic development, as well as support food security and decriminalize traditional fishing. Urge the Department of Forestry, Fishing and Environment and other relevant stakeholders to support the sector's growth and development so that this project strives in the value chain of the fishing industry. I so move. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Njadu. An objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Christian.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council congratulates yachtswoman Kirsten Nooischafer from Gqeberha for being named Female 2023 Rolex World Sailor of the Year at an award ceremony held last week in Malaga, Spain. That this house notes with pride that earlier in the year, Kirsten was the first woman to finish in the solo Golden Globe race and subsequently beat out 3 finalists to the award. Notes that earlier this year, she spent 233 days at sea, not allowed to use any equipment or any navigational tools or receive outside help. She not only used her skills and knowledge of navigation, together with the help of the sun and the stars, she also put South Africa on the map. Even more commendable is that during her solo trip, she also steered off course to aid another sailor whose yacht had sunk in the southern Indian Ocean, showing that the Ubuntu spirit, even in the wide open ocean, is alive. That this house thank her for being an example to so many and wish her many further successes and accolades while showcasing South African spirit. I so move. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. An objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Professor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes with concern the inability of the Nakamodiri Mulema District Municipality to comply with the constitutional obligations as a water and sanitation authority to deliver bulk water and sanitations to the towns, townships, and villages of 5 municipalities in its jurisdiction. Recognizes that the administrative leadership and top structure officials are not responding to reported water shortages due to pumps being removed, electrical cable faults, water pumps removed and not replaced, and water leakages flooding the environment unabated. acknowledges the incapacity of the administration unable to deliver a sewer service with equipment that is capacitated to deliver a viable service. Be concerned about the unabated, untreated raw sewer flooding towns without sewer reticulation, contaminating the environment as part of their management. And finally, requests an urgent intervention in the capacity, ability, and competency of the administration to deliver services that are mandated to deliver. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. An objection to the motion?
Objection.
Oh, there's an objection.
Oh.
There being an objection,
so the ANC
the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Poshoff.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes that the notorious Long-Tom Pass, which over the past has led to many accidents, once again saw such an accident. Again notes that on 11 November 2023, just after 4 a.m., a driver of a lumber truck was unable to slow down and missed the emergency sand pit. Further notes that the driver of this truck was able to veer to the left at the entrance to Leidenburg and was able to plow into the palisades at BB Auto Garage and was fortunate to emerge without serious injuries. Again notes that this accident occurred just a little more than 2 years after another truck plowed through Leidenburg, causing major damage to stationary vehicles and furthermore claimed the lives of 2 young people. Further notes that mandatory pit stops on the pass would be of benefit to heavy vehicle drivers, as their lives could be saved as well as the lives of road users in Leidenburg. And finally, recognizes that once again, an urgent call is being made to the MEC of Roads and Transport in the Mpumalanga legislature to investigate the possibility of more mandatory stops on the Long-Tom Pass to force heavy vehicles to halt. I so move. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. An objection to the motion? No, there being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Detroit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus without notice that this House notes that the Makwasi Hills municipal areas that includes Leeudoringstad, Makwasi, and Wolmaranstad have been struggling with water supply issues for months. Notes that certain areas have been without water for days on end and that constant load shedding and faulty pumps are contributing to the problem. Notes that this House have been informed on this water supply issue in this municipal area by means of motions as early as March this year and previously, and also in consultation with the provincial legislature on previous occasions, and notes that urgent intervention is required since reservoir levels are very low and that people are going without water in this scorching heat wave that the Northwest Province is experiencing. I so move.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion?
Objection, Chair.
Or an objection? Thank you very much. There being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Malika.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of African National Congress that the House condemns the police in Mpumalanga for the job well done in arresting a 33-year-old driver after 23 foreign nationals, Pakistani and Bangladeshi, were found in his taxi. Note that the foreign nationals who were found in his vehicle had their passports but not stamped, and others did not have the documents. Understand that on Monday, 13 November 2023, the intelligence driving disruptive operation conducted by South African Police Services, Nelspruit Base Crime Intelligence and Highway patrol unit along the N4 and R38 road after they received a tip-off from a reliable source about a white Toyota Phantom transporting passengers suspected to be undocumented foreign nationals. All suspects were detained pending their first court appearance at Babatin District Court. The driver was arrested on charges of contravening the Trafficking in Persons Act 7 of 2013. Believes that more arrests are imminent as the investigation continues to ascertain those behind human trafficking, and calls and supports harsh measures geared against undocumented immigrants involved in criminal activities in the country or in cross-border crimes. I so move.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion?
Object. Yes.
There being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House welcomes the quarterly labor force survey results, which shows that the number of employed persons increased by 399,000 to 16.7 million in the third quarter of 2023, compared to 16.3 million in the second quarter of 2023. Notes that the result also show a decrease of 0.9% in the number of unemployed people during the third quarter compared to the quarter 2 of 2023. Further notes that the quarterly labor force survey is noticeable increase in employment and decrease in unemployment in the third quarter is an encouraging and positive step for our nation's labor force. Recognizes that the increase in employment and decrease in unemployment gives hopes to the people who are going through tough times. Further recognizes the findings are a testament for social compact between government, private sector, and civil society in starting to bear fruits and progress in addressing unemployment and fostering employment growth, and support initiatives that encourage investment, stimulate economic activity, and all which contribute to sustained job creation. I so move. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Any objection to the motion?
Objection, Chair.
Yeah. There being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Shaikh.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson.
Please try again, Honorable Shaikh.
I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that this House commends.
Please try, Honorable Shaikh. Please try and speak a bit slower.
Okay, Chair, is it okay if I turn off my video?
Okay. A bit slower and speak to the mic. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that this House commends the South Africans who have heeded the clarion call for them to register for the upcoming 2024 national and provincial elections on the 18th to the 19th of November 2023. Notes that 2.9 million South Africans interacted with the Electoral Commission during the voter registration weekend. Also notes that the majority of voters visited voting stations to register, update their details, and moreover, a total of 196,511 voters used the online portal to do the same. Further notes that the eligible citizens registering for the first time were 568,374, thus accounting for the 19.5% of total registration activity. Reckons that the growing interest amongst the youth vote as young people between 16 and 29 account for 78.31% of new voters, and with young women dominating that count. and thank all South Africans who heeded the call to register for the 2024 national and provincial elections, and call those who haven't registered to do so. I so move. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much. Any objection to the motion?
No, Chair.
No, there being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mletsane.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the Council notes that this past Sunday, on the 19th of November, the Mamelodi Sundowns ladies team defeated the Morocco Sporting Club Casablanca 3-0 in the final of CAF Women's Champions League. Further note that Sundowns ladies team reached the CAF finals 3 times consecutively. Also, the House should acknowledge that they are winning CAF champions for the 2nd time. They had a perfect record in this year's campaign by record of unbeaten in their group matches. The economic freedom fighters congratulate Mamelodi Sundowns ladies team for representing us well, also for their dedication and hard work on the pitch and bringing the cup home. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. An objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We'll proceed to Honorable Nsube. Honorable Nsube?
No, thanks, Chair. I was covered by Honorable Njandu in the motion, Chairperson. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable BB.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes that on the 11th of November 2023, the Border Management Authority border guards at Kosi Bay port of entry intercepted stolen state property which was en route to Mozambique. These were 52 street lights belonging to eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality in KwaZulu-Natal. Further notes that the BMA, with the assistance of the Hawks and Durban Metro, arrested 2 Mozambicans, and they were charged with possession of stolen goods, including damaging essential infrastructure. We congratulate the BMA guards working with Hawks and Durban Metro Police for the sterling work and encourage them to be more vigilant in the coming festive seasons as the criminal syndicates will escalate their nefarious actions. I so move, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. An objection to the motion?
No, Chair.
There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chair. I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance and move without notice that this House notes that the Midvaal local municipality recently held a youth summit on the 17th of November 2023. Notes that the youth summit was aimed at putting young people in contact with potential employers, as well as with people in organizations who assist young people to best position themselves to get jobs. Notes that the event was attended by various stakeholders, including government departments, youth agencies, NGOs, private companies, and higher learning institutions. Notes that the event was attended by over 1,000 young people who will benefit from this initiative, and that this House congratulates the DA-led Midvaal local municipality for creating meaningful engagements with young people with the intention of linking them with the real providers of jobs and caring enough to help break down barriers to building a better South Africa. I so move.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Baga.
Nkosi Sihlalo, on behalf of the Indomitable Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council congratulates the pride of not just the Mossel Bay boxing fraternity, but also the municipality, Mr. Mbulelani Ngondeka, for the remarkable and ongoing record he is showcasing as the #1 featherweight boxer in the Southwestern District and unbeaten for the last 7 years. Mr. Bulelani literally brings the enforcement, law enforcement. In 2019, Mr. Bulelani turned professional, and when he is not working hard to protect the citizens of Mossel Bay as a law enforcement officer, he is hard at work in the ring, training to achieve his goal of becoming a world champion. His record currently reads 8 fights, 5 wins, 3 by technical knockout, which places him second in the Western Cape and in the top 10 nationally. Fighting out of the Garden Route Boxing Academy under the watchful eye of Masimpiwe Katu and Mr. Mncedisi Nageza, he's moving up the rankings and continues to inspire the younger generation with both his action inside and outside the ring, and calls on this house to wish him well on his journey and thank him for being an inspiration to the younger generation. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Reid, on what point I rise?
Chairperson, thank you for noting me. Chair, I refer to rule number 46, movement in chamber, which states that a delegate may not pass between the officer presiding and a delegate addressing the chair. Once again, Chair, while Mr. Baga was speaking, Mr. Dango saw fit to walk in front of Mr. Baga between himself and yourself. It's a serial offender, Chair. It's not acceptable. Please, if you can draw that to your attention. Thank you.
Yeah, why don't you say that that is noted? I'm not sure whether it's a serial offender, but that's noted. Honorable John.
I may be a serial offender in walking in front of somebody, but I'm not a serial offender in operation of other people.
Let's move on to Honorable Tafeni.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Chairperson, on behalf of the economic freedom fighters, I rise the motion without notice that on the next sitting, this House must debate about the schools that are still using mud houses, more especially in the Eastern Cape and the Limpopo province, that when the Department of Education demolish those houses and build the new structures. I so move, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Tafen, unfortunately, your motion sounds like notice of motion, and therefore will not be considered, given that we have already gone past dealing with notices of motion. Honorable Bartlett.
Chair, I already raised my motion at the motion with a notice.
Okay, thank you very much. There being no other motions without notice.
I'm here.
Mkause?
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the EFF that the Council notes the ongoing crimes, which includes car hijacking in the provinces of Gauteng, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo, notes that the inability of the South African Police Service worsens these crimes in these areas. Further notes that these crimes are committed with a full information that South African Police Service is nowhere to be found in South African streets nor borders. Notes that the inability of the Minister of Police to strengthen crime prevention places South Africans at an extremely vulnerable situation. We call on the Minister of Police, Mr. Bheki Cele, to strengthen policing in South Africa or relieve himself from his responsibilities, as it is clear that he failed as a Minister of Police. I so move.
Objection.
Objection
to the motion.
Objection, Chairperson.
Objection.
There being an
object,
objection, the motion may not be proceeded with, and will
When
become
we
a
start
notice
to
of
object,
a motion.
when we start to object your
Thank you
motions,
very much.
you are going to cry foul. I'm just warning you.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the first order. Honorable Delegate will now proceed to the first order. Consideration of Agricultural Product Standards Amendment Bill, B15B-2021, National Assembly Section 76, and report of Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources and Energy thereon. Announcement tablings and committee reports, 14 November 2023, page 76. I now call on Honorable T.C. Mudise, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources and Energy, to present a committee report. Honorable Mudise.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. With honorable members that are in the House. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to present the report of Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources and Energy on Agricultural Product Standard Amendment Bill B15B 2021. National Assembly Section 76, dated 14 November 2023. The Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development briefed the committee on the 13th June 2023 on the Agricultural Product Amendment Bill B15B21. The bill initially referred to the committee the 21st of February 2023 as Section 6 bill. The committee called for written comments on the bill, while the public hearing were held province provincial legislatures. At the end of this engagement process, the negotiating mandate meeting were held by the committee together with the provincial legislatures on the 26th September 2023. The Select Committee on Land Reform, Mineral Resource and Energy, having deliberated on the considered subject of Agricultural Product Standard Amendment Bill B15B 2021, National Assembly Section 76, referred to it and classified by JTM as Section 76 bill. Report that agrees to the bill B15B 2021 without amendment. Honorable Chairperson, in this bill, 8 provinces support the bill, whereas 1 province, which is a Northwest, abstain. Therefore, we request the House to adopt this bill. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Mudise. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Just as a reminder, maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? Yes, not Western Cape.
Chair, the Western Cape wants to do a declaration. Honourable Chair, the DA supports the bill, but we need us to focus on the following. that the integrity of self-regulation of quality products is already successful being implemented within the system before the bill. The ANC's political indecisiveness and cadre deployment policy wasted 9 years in which timeous regulations such as inspection services on grain and oilseeds would have improved the quality of products to the benefit of the industry and society as a whole. The ANC government successfully destroyed onderstepoort biological products by failing to produce vaccines for 10 years, creating extensive loss of livestock, threatening food security. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other declaration? No, none. We'll therefore proceed. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We shall do so in alphabetical order. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape iyavuma, Chair.
Eastern Cape iyavuma. Free State.
Free State votes in favor, Chairperson.
Free State votes in favor. Gauteng.
Gauteng in favor, Chairperson.
Gauteng votes in favor. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal ayeseka sihlalo umbiko.
KwaZulu-Natal supports the bill. Limpopo.
Limpopo vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Limpopo votes in favor. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Mpumalanga votes in favor. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape votes in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape votes in favor. Northwest.
Northwest votes in favor, Chairperson. I don't know in the first place why we abstain. We vote in favor.
Vote in favor. Western Cape.
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes.
Honorable Chair, let me clarify. The Northwest, in its mandate, abstain.
Now there we have it. Two positions from this one province. So how do we solve this problem? I'm told that the mandate submitted was that of abstention. So Northwest abstains. Western Cape?
Western Cape supports.
Western Cape supports. And who voted on behalf of Limpopo? No, just a minute. Please, please take a seat. I'm told by the table here that Limpopo has not submitted its mandate. Can we revert back to Limpopo?
Limpopo submitted its mandate.
It's submit, I guess. Yes, Mikalakis, on what point they arise?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the question of the Northwest voting in two different ways, it's not just a thing that should be shrugged off and confirmed by the table, because it is actually then the member who voted out of line with the mandate of the province is actually contravening then the mandating act. There is a specific way in which provinces should vote, and there should be consequences for members who stand up and vote contrary to what their mandate from the province is. I would please like clarity from you as to what the consequences is for members in this House who vote contrary to the mandate from their provinces. Thank you.
Chairperson,
That has been clarified.
Is
Yes,
Dodovu here?
Dodovu.
It has been clarified.
Yes,
in
in light of the fact that there were two proposals from the Northwest, I've decided to rescind mine, and I will follow it up with the province and engage on this particular matter. I don't know what Honorable Mikalakis is talking about, because as matters stand now, as Honorable Mudis has clarified it, there is one position, and that is abstention. Even if I don't agree with it, this is where the province stands. I don't know what he's talking about.
I'm sure comment is noted. Honorable members, voting is now closed, but before we proceed, Mikalakis was rising, so let's
point of
find
order.
out on what point are rising, Mikalakis.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, despite the point that Honorable Dodovu made, if it wasn't for the other member who pointed it out, my question is, on how many occasions do members vote on a specific way without it being verified what the mandate is? If the other member from the Northwest did not point it out, you would have been none the wiser, and we would have been in contravention of the Act.
Yeah.
So it's not just the question of a member making an excuse and saying, oopsie, sorry, there was a second mandate. It's a serious thing. And they nearly put you as the chairperson in a position where you accepted a specific vote contrary to the mandating act. So I honestly would like to ask you, and it's not necessary for today, but I would like to ask you to come back with a ruling at the next sitting, not delayed indefinitely, as many other rulings are, and to give us clarity on what the consequences are of members, specifically provincial whips, not making sure what their mandate is. That is what they get paid extra for, being provincial whips. They should know what their mandate is in the provinces, and they shouldn't be putting you as the chairperson in that position. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. We note the point. We may have to come back to this later. But I've been assured by the table that they always verify the mandates. Honorable Ngwenya.
Thanks very much, Chair. Chair, as a member of this committee of Honorable Mudise, I would like to support our chairperson on the mandate of the 8 provinces and 1 provinces that have been abstained. I think the chairperson have clarified that, Chair. Can we close this matter according to the chairperson's report? Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
Chair,
voting is now closed.
I'm rising on a point of order.
Who wants to speak? Mkause?
Chairperson.
Yeah, on what point are rising first?
On a point of order.
Okay. What's your point of order?
Chairperson, it's extremely out of order on what Mangwenya is doing. We have heard the report presented by Honorable Mudise.
What is the point of order? We want the point
All
of order.
provinces have got an opportunity to vote either in favor or not in favor. So it is honestly out of order for her to dictate to provinces.
She's not.
If
What is the
Gauteng
point of
wanted to
order?
object,
What
they
is
are
the
at liberty to
point
do
of
it.
order?
So why are other provinces denied an opportunity whether to object or to support? It's out of order. We can't be bullied by the ANC here. We're not ANC, all of us here. We're not thugs, all of us here.
Honorable members, if you can just a moment listen to what I've got to say now. Firstly, we do have the final mandate from the Northwest. It's dated the 31st of October, 2023. This mandate is signed by Honorable B.R.C. Danchi, the Northwest Provincial Legislature Speaker, or Speaker of the Northwest Provincial legislature. Voting is now closed. And if you look at the results there, 8 out of 9 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the bill agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, just on a point of clarity, Chair, because we had now two contradicting versions of Limpopo. The one from the table said there's no...
There's an official mandate signed by the Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature.
I'm talking about Limpopo. I'm referring to Limpopo because the table referred...
Let's hear you on Limpopo.
Yes, Chair. The table referred that there's no mandate from Limpopo, while the Chair said there is a mandate. So there's no clarity on that.
We also have a final mandate from the Limpopo legislature dated the 6th of November, 2023, signed by the Speaker of Limpopo Provincial Legislature, Honorable R. Mulap. Thank you very much.
Point of order.
Let's then move on.
Chairperson, on a point of order.
What is the point of order?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you for indulging me again. Chairperson, as a member of this House, I'm very concerned because what is the job of the provincial whips if they cannot get their mandate? If another member from the province knows what's going on, but the provincial whip doesn't themselves. If the House whip was actually in the House for a change doing his job, that might not have perhaps happened. But I do want to request you, in the interest of the integrity of this House, to please take this up with the Chief Whip of the House so that the provincial whips know as much as the rest of us. Thank you.
No, let's take that point as noted. We'll now proceed. Honorable members, we'll now proceed to the second order. Consideration of the National Field and Forest Fires Amendment Bill, B24B-2021, National Assembly Section 76, and report of Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources, and Energy thereon, announcement tablings and committee reports, 14 November 2023, page 77. I now call on Honorable Modise, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources, and Energy to present the committee report. Honorable Modise.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me present the report of Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources, and Energy on the National Field and Forestry Fire Amendment Bill B24B 2021. National Assembly Section 76 dated 14 November 2023. The Department of Forestry, Fishery and Environment briefed the committee on the 14th March 2023 on the National Field and Forestry Fire Amendment Bill, B24B 2021. The bill was initially referred to the committee on the 21st February 2023 as Section 76 bill. The committee called the written comments on the bill while the public hearing were held by the provincial legislatures. At the end of this engagement process, the negotiating mandate meeting were held by the committee together with the provincial legislatures on the 26th September 2023. The Select Committee on Land Reform, Mineral Resources and Energy, having deliberated on and consider the subject of the National Field and Forestry Fire Amendment Bill B24B 2021, National Assembly, Section 76. Refer to it as classified by the JTM as Section 76 bill. Report agreed to the bill B24B 2021 without amendment. Honorable Chairperson, 7 provinces support the bill. KwaZulu-Natal not supported. Eastern Cape did not send their mandate, whereas the committee postponed 3 meetings waiting for the submission from Eastern Cape. Therefore, we request the House to accept this bill, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Modise. Before I proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make that declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86 if they so wish. Maximum, as a reminder, is 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration?
The Western Cape wants to do a declaration. Honourable Chair, although the Western Cape supports this bill, there are serious concerns not only raised by the Western Cape. The most pressing concern is that this amendment bill seeks to delete that those with powers to arrest, including traditional leaders, must show proof of their training and appointment. Although the department focused on the fact that the appropriate Northern Cape. Although the department focused on the fact that the appropriate and thorough training will be done, the concern remains that these powers will be abused depending on various circumstances and motives. The Western Cape would encourage all the committees of all spheres of government to maintain oversight and keep a keen eye on the implementation of this bill to address these concerns. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lapskakne. Any other province wishing to make a declaration? None. We'll therefore proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. And now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. And when called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We shall do so in an alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape, no mandate, Chair.
Eastern Cape, no mandate. So that would be abstention. Free State?
Free State in favor, Chairperson.
Free State in favor. Gauteng?
Gauteng in favor, Chairperson.
Gauteng in favor. KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal against, Chairperson.
KwaZulu-Natal is against. Limpopo?
Limpopo support in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Limpopo in favor. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Mpumalanga vote in favor. Northern Cape? Northern Cape?
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape does not support.
Northern Cape vote in favor.
Are you the provincial? Are you the provincial whip? Are you the provincial whip? Macau State.
Yeah, out
I'm
of
going
order.
to be a provincial whip if the provincial whip is sleeping. I'm going to be
You
one.
are sleeping all the way.
Unapologetically.
Order.
Kause, stop it.
She's out of order, that one. She's totally out of order.
Northwest. Northwest.
Northwest support. Northwest support, Honorable Chair.
Northwest support. Western Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Western Cape supports.
Western Cape supports. Voting being closed. If you look at the numbers there, you realize that 7 provinces voted in favor, 1 against, 1 abstention. So the province have voted in favor. I therefore declare the bill agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. That, honorable members, takes us to the third order. Consideration of the report of the Committee on Health and Social Services, announcement tablings and committee reports, 14 November 2023, page 74, ratification of the treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency, dated 14 November 2023. I now call on Honorable Izzat Njadu, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Health and Social Services, to present the committee report.
Am I working?
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon to all members. Honorable Chairperson, the report of the Select Committee on Health and Social Services on the ratification of the Treaty for the establishment of the African Medicine Agency, dated 14 November 2023. The Select Committee on Health and Social Services herefore the committee, having considered the ratification of the Treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency, AMA, reports as follows. The establishment of the AMA was first discussed at the meeting of the African Ministers of Health. The meeting was jointly convened by the African Union, AU, Commission, and the World Health Organization, WHO, in Luanda, Angola, in April 2014. The African Union, AU, Assembly of Heads of State adopted the treaty at the 32nd Ordinary Session of 10 to 11 February 2019 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Rwanda was selected to host the headquarters of the AMA by the AU Executive Council at a meeting held in Lusaka, Zambia in July 2022. The purpose, the AMA aims to enhance the capacity of state parties and AU recognized regional economic communities, the RECs. Addition in aims to regulate medical products to improve access to quality safe and effective medical products in African continent. The mission for the AMA is to coordinate and strengthen ongoing initiatives to humanize medicines regulation, promote cooperation and mutual recognition of regulatory decisions. This includes conducting regulatory oversight of selected medical products and providing technical guidance to state parties and RECs. This will be done through the pooling together expertise and capacities and strengthening networking for optimal use of resources from across the continent. AMA intends to develop improved access to quality assured medical products. Further, AMA plans to be more visible by facilitating the following core activities: safety monitoring, market surveillance, marketing authorizations, oversight of clinical trials, coordination of quality control, laboratory services, and joint assessment and good manufacturing practice inspections. The role players to achieve its mandate, AMA intends to work with technical partners such as the WHO, European Medicines Agency, EMA, and the United States US Food and Drug Administration, FDA. Value proposition for South Africa. This will help mitigate the effects of the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic by allowing the free movement of pharmaceuticals and personal protective equipment, PPE. There will be a consistent voice on regulatory issues, standard and guidelines for quality, safety, and efficiency that will aid with the reducing the prevalence of substandard and falsified medicines and vaccines. South Africa can participate in the African Continent Free Trade Area, which will anchor the pharmaceutical initiative of localized production, pooled procurement, quality frameworks, parliamentary process. The ratification for the establishment of the MA Treaty was tabled in Parliament on the 14th of February 2023 and referred to the committee on the 26th of October 2023. The committee received a briefing on the AMA Treaty from the Department of Health on the 14th of November 2023. The committee recommended that the House, in terms of Section 231, Section 231(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, approves the AMA Treaty. Report to be considered. Thank you very much, Chair.
In terms of Rule 86, so now declarations. Any province wishing to make a declaration? None. We will therefore proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the report be adopted. And now call upon provinces to cast their votes, and when called upon to do so, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape, iyavuma, Chair.
Eastern Cape agrees. Vote in favor. Free State?
Free State supports, Chair.
Free State votes in favor. Gauteng?
Gauteng in support, Chairperson.
Gauteng supports. KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal
KwaZulu-Natal supports. Limpopo?
Limpopo support in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Limpopo in favor. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Mpumalanga votes in favor. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape supports. Northwest?
Kokoni Bupirima ba yamukela modulasetulo.
Western Cape?
The Western Cape supports, Chair.
Western Cape supports. Having closed the voting, all 9 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to the fourth order. Consideration of report of Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water, Sanitation and Human Settlement, announcement tablings and committee reports, 7 November 2023, page 51. African Charter on the Values and Principles of Decentralization, Local Governance, and Local Development, dated 7th of November 2023. I now call Honorable TSC Dodovu, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water, Sanitation, and Human Settlement, to present the committee report. Honorable Dodovu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson Amos Masondo, for the opportunity. I have the pleasure to present the policy statement on the NCOP ratification of the African Union Charter on the principles and values of decentralization of local government and local development. We are today Honorable Chair, as members of the Select Committee on COCTA, Human Settlements, Water and Sanitation, asking the NCOP to ratify the African Charter on the Principles and Values of Decentralization of Local Government and Local Development in terms of Section 231, subsection 2 of our Constitution. Chairperson and members of the NCOP, the African Union adopted the African Charter on the Values and Principles of Decentralization, Local Governance and Local Development in 2014. This charter that is today before the NCOP is as a result of the full powers accorded to the Minister of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs by President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa to sign, subject to ratification by Parliament, meaning the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. In compliance with authorized full powers, the Minister of COCTA tabled the Charter to Parliament in terms of Section 232 of the Constitution for parliamentary ratification and referred to the Select Committee on COCTA for consideration and reporting. We have noted as members of the Select Committee during our engagement with the Department of COCTA that the Charter seeks to promote decentralization as a vehicle for improving the livelihood of people on the African continent. This charter is the first to provide a decentralization framework or model framework for local government for the African continent. Collectively, we have also noted that in terms of the principles, values, and objects of the charter, it complies with our Constitution. It complies with local government legislation, as well as the district development model in terms of planning, coordination, and community participation. Article 15 of the Charter prescribes that local government or local authorities integrate gender, youth, and disability issues in the overall process of formulating policy, planning for development, and providing services, as well as in implementing, monitoring, and evaluating development programs and projects. The local governments and local authorities in general, in terms of this charter, are also required to promote and ensure that equal and effective participation of women, youth, and people with disability is happening in public life, in leadership and management positions on all matters relating to local governance and local development. The objective of the Charter also on decentralization, as provided for in its preamble, is to promote the values and principles of decentralization, local governance, and local development in Africa as a means for improving the livelihood of all its people. It provides a decentralization framework which member countries should adhere to when drafting and implementing laws and regulations which relate to decentralization in their respective countries. The decentralization framework also covers a range of aspects from powers and functions of local government to the fiscal aspects, as well as the supervision and cooperation measures. Like most international instruments, member states of the AU will only be legally bound by the Charter once they have ratified it. Honorable Chair of the NCOP, having considered the principles and values of the Charter and noted its compliance with our Constitution and local government laws of our Republic, we are therefore recommending to the NCOP this afternoon to ratify the African Charter on the principles and values of decentralization, local government, and local development in terms of Section 231, subsection 2 of the 1996 Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dodovu. We'll now proceed to the declaration of votes. And I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make that declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Any province wishing to make a declaration? Western Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Chair, the Western Cape welcomes the African Charter on the values and principles of decentralization, local government and local development dated 7 November 2023. This is a step in the right direction and embraces the fundamentals of federalism. It must, however, be exposed how this ANC government speaks with a forked tongue by saying one thing and doing the opposite. A good example is the district development model that clearly contradicts this charter by trying to centralize power and decision-making. This is evident in the attempt to steal away powers of decision-making on, for example, finances away from the local government and allowing national government to dictate those decisions. We call on this government to fulfill its commitment as signed in this charter by letting go of centralizing control and letting go of this bizarre contradicting obsession with the DDM. The Western Cape also calls on the national government to devolve some of its powers to the province, City of Cape Town, and other capable municipalities, respectively in relation to energy, police service, railway service, harbours, and other necessary services that will serve South Africans better. The Western Cape supports. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other province wishing to make a declaration? No.
I guess I can do it on behalf of the Northwest as well, Honorable Chair.
Please.
We are a unitary state. We are a country governed by the rule of law in terms of what must happen. All the schedules of our constitution, specifically Schedule 4 and Schedule 5 of the Constitution, prescribe which powers are allocated to national government. They also equally allocate powers and functions which are allocated to provinces as well as municipalities. We believe that this is not about federalism. It is not about attaching any code or any ideology in terms of what needs to happen. It is about stabilizing local government. It is about creating a favorable climate in which decentralization of power would happen, and without attaching any political connotation in terms of what must happen. We believe that the schedules as provided in our constitution are quite sufficient. They spell out in precision what is the role of each sphere of government in respect of Chapter 3 of our constitution, which says all the spheres of government shall be interdependent, shall be distinct, and shall be interrelated. And therefore, any notion that suggests that you need to devolve powers to any specific sphere of government without amending the constitution, it is not only irrational, it is not only unacceptable, but it is in conflict with the letter and the spirit of our constitution. And it is on those bases that as the ANC, we support this ratification that decentralization must happen in order to ensure local governance and local development. That is quite needed. And no province in this country shall be immune from that process. And no province shall regard itself as an island that seeks to perpetuate any idea or agenda that is contrary to the letter and the spirit of our constitution. And say, as the ANC, we support, and from the Northwest, we support this particular ratification of the Charter of the AAU on decentralization, local governance, and local development. Honorable Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other province wishing to make a declaration? No, none. We'll therefore move on to voting on the question. And the question is that the report be adopted. I now call upon provinces to cast their votes, and when called upon to do so, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape iyavuma, Chair.
Eastern Cape supports. Free State?
Free State votes in favor, Chairperson.
Free State votes in favor. Gauteng?
Gauteng in favor, Chairperson.
Gauteng voting in favor. KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal iyayeseka sir.
KwaZulu-Natal supports. Limpopo?
Limpopo vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Limpopo is voting in favor. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga agrees, Honorable Chairperson.
Mpumalanga agrees. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape is voting in favor. Northwest?
Northwest support.
Northwest support.
Northwest supports. Western Cape?
The Western Cape support.
Western Cape supports. Voting having been closed, and now the results being available, 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We'll now move to the 5th and the 6th order. The 5th and the 6th order. The first one, the 5th, is the consideration of report of Joint Standing Committee on the financial management of Parliament and the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, 2022-2023, 4th quarter report, announcement tablings and committee reports, 15 June 2023, page 3. And 6th order being consideration of report of Joint Standing Committee on the financial management of Parliament on the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa 2023-2024, 1st quarter report dated 14 November 2023, announcement tablings and committee reports 14 November 2023, page 6. I now call on Honorable M.I. Ghai, Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament, Chairperson, to present the committee reports.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairpersons. Greetings to you again. Greetings to the Chief Whip, the House Chairpersons, Deputy Minister of Public Enterprises, MECs present, special and permanent delegates. Honorable Chair, I am honored to present the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament to this noble House on behalf of the co-chairperson, Honorable Dikeleti Mahlangu. The committee deliberated on the performance of Parliament in the 4th quarter of 2022-2023 financial year, presented to the committee by the Secretary to Parliament. This report is partly the outcome of the Parliament Strategic Plan for 2019-2024, which focus on 2022-2023 APP and budget. The committee observed and put forward to this House the recommendation that it considered worth noting for implementation by Parliament. Honorable members, Parliament's mission is to represent the people and to ensure government by the people by fulfilling its constitutional functions of passing laws and overseeing the actions of government. To this end, Parliament conducts its business in line with the values of openness, responsiveness, accountability, teamwork, integrity, and professionalism. Parliament identified only 2 strategic priorities for the 6th Parliament that are to strengthen oversight and to enhance public involvement in Parliament's activities. In order to achieve these strategic priorities, Parliament has to improve to improve committee oversight work in relation to the budget cycle in particular, through allowing more time in parliamentary program for oversight activities and encouraging committees to undertake such activities jointly. Parliament also improved the effectiveness of public hearings through greater public participation, expanding public education, better dissemination of information, effective use of broadcasting, technology, and social media, the use of more official languages, and encouraging committees to undertake joint public hearings. Honorable Chairperson, Parliament succeeded in meeting all 11 quarterly targets in Q4 of 2022-2023 financial year, including the overarching activities such as tributes to Dr. F.N. Ginwala, the former Speaker of the National Assembly, after her passing on 12 January 2023. A debate in the NCOP on interprovincial red tape reduction that is transforming the service delivery value chain for faster growth and development, and a debate in the NA on the electricity crisis in South Africa and how to address it. Honorable members, Parliament processed 10 bills in Q4 of 2022-2023 financial year, which include the Prevention of Hate Crimes Bill, the Housing Consumer Protection Bill, the Electoral Amendment Bill. 11 public hearings were held in relation to, amongst others, the Basic Education Amendment Bill and the Climate Change Bill. Honorable members, the spending on direct charges amounts to 162.1 million, or 170% of the fourth quarter allocation, which amounts to 95.6 million rands. The overpayment was as a result of the payment of loss of office and exit gratuity to members, in line with the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act, of which the overspent amount will be refunded by the National Revenue Fund. Honorable Chair, the committee noticed that the process of petitions is an important mechanism for public participation, and efforts to streamline the petitions process were noted. Therefore, the committee recommends that the petition process be automated and streamlined to allow for more expeditious processing of petitions. The committee also recommends that Parliament investigate the feasibility of select committees receiving petitions directly from the chairperson of the NCOP instead of via the Select Committee on Petition and Executive Undertakings. However, should it be found to be feasible, the Rules Committee should consider amending the parliamentary rules in this regard accordingly. Honorable members, the committee notes progress made in the development of oversight monitoring and tracking mechanism. This intervention is welcome as it will assist in ensuring government accountability. The committee recommends that a comprehensive oversight monitoring and tracking mechanism be finalized and put in place before the 7th parliamentary term. Honorable Chairperson, the committee notes with concern the underspending reported in Q4. Underspending as a potential to undermine Parliament's negotiation for a more appropriate budget because Parliament did not underspend due to more money given to it. The underspending results, among others, the vacant position that take long to fill. The committee recommends that Parliament addresses the institutional weaknesses that contribute to underspending, including the finalization of the organizational realignment project and the filling of all the vacancies within the prescribed timeframes. The committee notes with concern that the Parliament has not yet filled the long vacant head of Parliamentary Protection Service position. This is no longer the case now. This position has been filled, honorable members. This post is critical to the security strategy and arrangement on the precinct. Therefore, the committee recommended that the head of Parliamentary Protection post be filled, as I already indicated, that has now been addressed. Honorable Chairperson, let me pause by appealing to Parliament Executive Authority that it should provide the committee with a response to the recommendation on this report within 30 days of the adoption of this report by both houses, the NA and the NCOP. Honorable Chairperson, let me conclude by also presenting report on the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament on performance of Parliament in the first quarter of 2023-2024 financial year. In this quarter of 2023-2024 financial year, Parliament reported that it adopted the new reporting methodology, of which the new macro framework for Parliament has been designed to ensure a Parliament that is transformative, responsive, and collaborative through effective stakeholder engagement. Therefore, Parliament administration will bring about a series of improvements to its reporting framework to align it to the new macro framework, which focuses on Parliament's outcomes and impact. Honorable Chairperson, Parliament's administration is of the view that a new reporting framework will focus on Parliament's transformative work that will measure the extent to which Parliament impacts the daily lives of the people in South Africa. The impact of Parliament on people's lives will be measured against the National Development Plan, the NDP, the impact indicators, which relate to the poverty alleviation, unemployment reduction, and inequality eradication. Therefore, to assist measuring the new outcomes indicators of Parliament against the NDP impact on people's lives. These indicators will be established in respect of Parliament's oversight work, with a specific focus on the medium-term strategic framework indicators that are taken in Parliament, focusing specifically on the identified oversight priorities. Performance reporting will include performance indicators which relate to oversight priorities, key development plans, and how Parliament has impacted the quality of life of the people in South Africa in respect of economic empowerment, education, and skills development, access to quality healthcare, infrastructure development, social cohesion, and environmental stability. Honorable members, Parliament intends to develop a broadcasting strategy for the 7th Parliament in 2023-2024. Therefore, in the first quarter, a draft of the strategy was to be circulated after consultation with various stakeholders who would have taken place. However, this target was not met, and the failure to do so was ascribed to the delay in the public broadcasting bill. In 2023-2024 financial year, Parliament also intends to implement a plan for restoration of the building that were affected by fire in 2022 on the parliamentary precinct. Therefore, in the first quarter of 2023-2024 financial year, Parliament aimed to approve the restoration implementation plan, establish safe access routes, perform asset verification, and renovate offices in the 90 Plain Street building for those affected by the fire. While the first two targets were met, the renovation of offices was delayed owing to the contractor who had won the bid withdrawing, delays in securing permits from the Department of Labor, and delays in receiving security clearance for subcontractors. Honorable Chairperson, in respect of professionalizing the parliamentary service, the administration set out to develop and implement a new plan in 2023-24 financial year for the organizational realignment project, to develop and implement a change management plan, and to develop and implement a policy review plan. In the first quarter, Parliament administration set out to review a realignment plan and to conduct analysis in respect of change management and policy review plans, and the set three targets were met. Parliament was moving towards outcome and impact-driven business analytic, and in 2023-24 financial year, aiming to develop a big data and analytic implementation plan. The target for the first quarter was to assess structured data and develop a data management policy, and Parliament met this target and succeeded in developing the policy which has been submitted for review. Honorable members, Parliament was working towards developing and implementing an oversight priority model for the 7th Parliament to ensure focused oversight. In the period under review, the administration was to establish a multidisciplinary team, but this target was not met. Appointment letters for members identified to serve on the team were only issued in July 2023. No reason provided for not meeting this target in the first quarter. Parliament was going to develop and implement a committee planning framework to align committee oversight with oversight focus areas. In this first quarter, the administration was to compile a research report on benchmarks for committee planning, budgeting, and reporting. However, this target was not met, and no reason was provided for the variance. Honorable Chairperson, in 2023-24 financial year, Parliament was going to implement the recommendation made by the Commission on inquiry into allegation of state capture, corruption, and fraud in the public sector, including organs of state. The target set for the first quarter was met. That is a quarterly report on the implementation of the President's plan on the recommendation of State Capture Commission was completed. Parliament was also going to review support for constituency offices, and in the period under review, the first quarter target to compile a review report of current support to such offices was met. In 2023-2024 parliamentary strategy and capability to implement its international priorities, which align to the national agenda, will be reviewed. Parliament's international engagement policy was to be reviewed in the first quarter. Although the draft position paper was available, the target for the quarter was not met, and there was no reason provided for the variance between the target and the actual performance. Honorable Chairperson, the committee welcomed the new reporting framework that will focus on Parliament's efforts to live up to its constitutional obligation. Concerns were raised about the institution's capacity to gather and analyze the data required to measure the impact of the new framework. However, the committee recommends that it should be provided with a breakdown of the resources required to ensure that Parliament administration is able to implement the revised framework. Chairperson, I have 15 minutes.
And trouble in terms of time.
Oh, I thought I had 15 minutes.
We have about half a second left also.
Oh, I'm still far because I have 15 minutes, Chair. Have I finished my 15 minutes?
You are done.
No, keep quiet, talking to the Chair. Chair, in that case, then I'll have to leave it at that because I thought I had 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Yes, the report shall be made available. I'm sure members can access it and engage with the issues reflected therein. Thank you very much, Honorable Khai. We'll now proceed to voting, but before we do so, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Any province wishing to make a declaration? No. Thank you very much. We shall proceed to voting on the fifth order. Parliament of the Republic of South Africa's 2022-2023 fourth quarter report. And the question is that the report be adopted. And now call upon province to cast their votes And when called upon to do so, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We shall do so in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape. Honorable Ndongeni and the team.
Eastern Cape support.
Eastern Cape yavuma chairperson.
Eastern Cape support. Free State.
Free State support, Chairperson.
Free State supports Gauteng. Gauteng supports KwaZulu Natal.
KwaZulu Natal yawaseka umbiko.
Support Limpopo.
Limpopo support, Honorable Chairperson.
Limpopo support.
Chair, the Eastern Cape supports.
You are
I'm
busy
sorry.
sleeping there.
Hayi wena. Uphaphela.
Uyalala emsebenzini ngokwazi. Uyalala emsebenzini.
I'm sorry, Chair. The Eastern Cape iyawuseka umbiko.
Kiva is taken over from you, don't worry. Honorable Kiva is taken over there.
It's fine.
Mpumalanga supports Honorable Chairperson Makwala Kauman.
Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape support.
Hey, you are not Northern Cape. Keep quiet.
Northwest.
Northwest support, Honorable Chair.
Northwest supports Western Cape.
The Western Cape supports, Chair.
Western Cape supports. Thank you very much. Voting being closed and counting having been done. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the 6th order, voting on the 6th order. I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86 if they so wish. Any province wishing to make a declaration? No, none. Thank you very much. We'll move on and proceed to voting on the 6th order. Parliament of the Republic of South Africa 2023-24 first quarter report. And the question is that the report be adopted. And now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. And when called upon to do so, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We shall do so in alphabetical order. Starting with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape support.
Eastern Cape support.
Kiva, come in.
Free State.
Free State supports, Chair.
Free State supports. Gauteng.
Gauteng supports.
Gauteng support. KwaZulu Natal.
KwaZulu Natal yawaseka sihlalo.
Supports Limpopo.
Limpopo support, Honorable Chairperson.
Limpopo support. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga supports Honorable Chairperson.
Mpumalanga support. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape supports. Northwest.
Bokoni bophirima bo ya amogela modulasetulo.
Northwest supports. Western Cape.
Western Cape supports, Chair.
Western Cape supports. Voting being closed and counting being done and the results being made available. 9 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the 7th order. Consideration of the report from the joint study tour to Germany by the Select Committee on Trade and Industry, Economic Development, Small Business Development, Tourism, Employment, and Labor, together with the Select Committee on Transport, Public Service and Administration, Public Works and Infrastructure, from the 3rd to the 7th of July 2023, announcement tablings and committee reports, 3rd August 2023, page 8. I now call on Honorable K.M. Muima, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Transport, Public Service and Administration, Public Works and Infrastructure, to present the committee report. Honorable Muima.
Thank you, National Chairperson of the Council of Province. Greetings to yourself and also to permanent delegate and special delegate and our leadership, respectively, our House Chairs and the Chief Whip. National Chair, the study tour, as you have correctly pointed out, was undertaken by the Committee of Transport, Public Service and Administration, Public Works and Infrastructure, together with the Select Committee on Trade and Industry, Economic Development, Small Business Development, Tourism and Employment, from the 3rd to the 7th of July 2023. The objectives were informed, National Chair, by the South African government's commitment to creating a developmental state, reshaping the structure of the economy, driving socio-economic transformation, and the provision of public infrastructure together with a transport system that meets the country's needs. The provision of public infrastructure and reliable, efficient, and affordable public transport is indeed a key requirement for both economic growth and sustaining the livelihoods of households and communities. Therefore, also an active citizenry must be able to access government services, economic opportunities, and social networks within their communities. The Select Committee's chair engaged with the Apex organization for cooperatives in Germany under the auspices of the German Cooperative and Raiffeisen Confederation to illustrate the reach of cooperatives in Germany. 90% of all farmers, 60% of all craftsmen, 75% of all retailers, 90% of all bakers and butchers, and 65% of all accountants in Germany are members of a particular cooperative. The cooperatives allows its members to access credit and markets and creates more favorable purchasing power. The Confederation also has a footprint in 3 pilot provinces in South Africa, namely KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, and Eastern Cape. The Confederation work in these provinces has included engagements with a number of stakeholders to promote an understanding of cooperatives and the establishment of cooperative banks. The impact of cooperatives increase exponentially as more cooperatives are linked to each other rather than working in silos. National Chair, it is recommended that the Cooperatives Development Support Program of the Department of Small Business Development should incorporate the learning lessons from this study tour and those factors that has contributed towards the successful operations of cooperatives in Germany. These factors include, among others, that each cooperative needs to be economically viable in its market and that cooperatives should be integrated into a strong cooperative organization with a strong and decentralized multi-level cooperative system. National Chair, the delegation also engaged with the German Trade and Invest, which operates 60 offices internationally, including our country, South Africa. The entity identifies suitable investment opportunities in Germany through export promotion, investor consulting, and location marketing. The entity emphasized that the objective to attract foreign investment should be to increase the resilience of local market by complementing, reinforcing, and strengthening local value chains. The select committees were particularly interested in the Task Force Transformation Unit, through which the entity's focus was mainly on the economic transformation of refinery sites and ports located in the former Eastern Germany. This focus area shows promise for collaboration during future outbound delegation tours identified for South Africa in 2024. The entity was encouraged to extend the visit to include delegation visits to former coal mining areas to identify areas of mutual interest in respect of economic transition for such areas, including possible transition to hydrogen generation and provision. As acknowledged in the legislative sector accountability and oversight model, it is desirable for legislators to develop conducive working ties with specialist bodies such as academic institutions. This allows members to access the most recent footing and developments in their portfolios and to be on equal level with department and stakeholders when engaging in its oversight responsibilities. During the study tour, the select committees engaged with the City Science Lab at Hafan City University, as well as the Unitech for cities on the application of researcher development tools for infrastructure planning and stakeholder engagement. One tool developed by the City Science Lab is the Cockpit for Social Infrastructure, which integrates statistical and georeferenced infrastructure information to assist in identifying needs and accelerating planning processes. The joint committees met also with Ms. A. Fortuin from the African Center for Cities at the University of Cape Town. Ms. Fortuin introduced the delegation to the recently launched Urban Academy, which is a collaboration between Unitech, the United Nations United Settlement Program or UN Habitat, the United Nations Office for Information and Communication Technology, and the City Science Lab. The Urban Academy focused on 3 research themes as follows: transparent and participatory governance, socio-spatial analysis, digital data, and new forms of work, and people-centered smart cities and service delivery. The Joint Select Committees have undertaken that follow-up engagement should be held with the African Center for Cities in respect of any research that has identified regulatory, policy, or legislative gaps in respect of public transport, public infrastructure, and people-centered smart cities. The Unitech Hamburg is part of a people-centered smart cities flagship program of United Nations Habitat, which provides strategic and technical support on digital transformation to national, regional, and local governments. Projects developed under Unitech Hamburg include supporting eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality's Human Settlement Unit in its efforts to improve data accessibility and management. The objective was to help the municipality to improve its land monitoring process and also to assist the city in automating their building mapping processes. The Unitech team developed the Building and Establishment Automated Mapper, or BEAM, software that uses machine learning to radically accelerate the spatial recognition of informal settlements and structure based on aerial imagery. It is recommended that the MINMEC should extend an invitation to the research institution to deliver a presentation about their toolkits to both the MINMEC and the technical team, with idea to share lessons as to how the tools may be applied in the municipal infrastructure planning and participatory process. The study tour concluded with an engagement with the federal government's coordinator for maritime and tourism. The role of the coordinator, who is based in the Economic Affairs Ministry, is to coordinate all measures for strengthening Germany's competitiveness in the fields of shipbuilding, marine technology,
As you
and
conclude,
offshore
Honorable
wind
Muhima.
shipping and ports. In conclusion, Chair, the delegation also traveled between meeting in Berlin and Hamburg with a view to explore the transport system and their railway system that cut across the Interrail and Eurorail which operates more than 250,000 kilos. The federal government coordinator expressed the view that while executive level relationship between South Africa and Germany is sound, there is a need to strengthen that at legislative level.
Your time is up, Honorable Member.
Concluded that it is important that lessons must be shared on the wider program focus on the legislative oversight, and we recommend the report to the House for adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed to voting, I shall now allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Any province wishing to make a declaration? No, none. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the report be adopted. I now call upon the provinces to cast their vote. When called upon to do so, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape iyavuma, Chair.
Oh, awulelanga.
Free State. Free State.
Thank you, Chairperson. Free State vote in favor.
Free State vote in favor. Thank you very much, Gauteng.
Gauteng in favor, Chairperson.
Gauteng votes in favor. KwaZulu Natal.
KwaZulu Natal yasekho umbiko sida.
Support. Limpopo.
Limpopo vote in favor, Honorable Chair.
Limpopo votes in favor. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga iyavuma, Honorable Chairperson.
Mpumalanga agrees. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Northwest.
Bokoni Bupirima bayamukela mdula stulo.
West accepts, agrees, in favor. Western Cape.
Western Cape supports, Chair.
Supports. Voting being closed. Counting being done. The results being available. 9 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We move on to the 8th order. 8th order, consideration of the report of Select Committee on Health and Social Services and the Select Committee on Education and Technology, Sports, Arts, and Culture on the joint international study tour to the Republic of Korea from the 3rd to the 7th of July 2023, dated 5th September 2023, announcement tablings and committee reports 13th September 2023, page 76. I now call on Honorable Izzat Njadu, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Health and Social Services, to present the committee report. Honorable Njadu.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Honorable Chairperson, the report of the Select Committee on Health and Social Services and the Select Committee on Education and Recreation of the joint international study tour to the Republic of Korea from the 3rd to the 7th of July 2023, dated the 5th of September 2023. The Select Committee on Health and Social Services and Select Committee on Education and Recreation, hereof the committee, having conducted an international study tour to the Republic of Korea, South Korea, from the 3rd to the 7th of July 2023, report as follows. The study tour to the Republic of Korea, here after Korea, is in line with the strategic plan of the 6th Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, 2019-2024, the Committee Strategic Plan 2019-2024, the Parliamentary Oversight and Accountability Model 2012, the National Development Plan NDP Vision 2030, and the 3rd United Nations Sustainable Development Goal SDG. The aim, Honorable Chairperson, the aim of the study tour was to learn the best practices in the healthcare system of the Republic of Korea by focusing on its national health insurance system, healthcare coverage, how the NHI system is working. Chairperson, the following institutions were visited to gather information on the Korea healthcare system. The Minister of Health and Welfare in Seong City, National Health Insurance Service in Wongyou City, Health Insurance Review and Assessment HIRA Service in Wongyou City, and the Samsung Medical Center in Gangnam-gu. The following institutions were visited to gather information on the Korea education system: Korea Research Institute for Vocational Education and Training in Seong City, Himlin Elementary School in Seong City, and the Korea Education Development Institute in Jonggan. Honorable Chairperson, on the objectives of the study tour to Korea on health, to explore and learn how the government of Korea has achieved its healthcare coverage under the NHI system, to explore and learn how the government of Korea is funding its NHI system to the benefit of its citizens, to explore and learn how the NHI system is provided by the different stakeholders or fundamental institutions, that is the HIRA, which is the responsible for the Korea's health insurance evaluation and analysis services, and the NHIS, which provides for the Republic of Korea's National Health Institute Insurance Service. This will enable the community to understand the mechanism of the Republic of Korea's health system. The objective of the study tour on education, to explore and understand the South Korea Republic education system, to explore understand the South Korea maths and science education advancements. In addition, Honorable Chairperson, delegation engage with the stakeholders on the following: the funding of basic education, school structures, parent involvement in education of their children, provision of special education and special schools, pass rate in mathematics and physical science, mathematics of scholar transports, management of scholar transports, competence of teachers and lecturers and their qualifications, how to avoid mismatch of skills needed by the industry and those supplied by the technical and vocational education and training, TVET colleges, employment of their graduates. Honorable Chairperson, few recommendations from the committee is how the proposed NHI bill will be ensured and improved health care system. The envisaged role the private sector will play in the rollout of NHI. Parliament through its relevant committee, should monitor the implementation of health policies and legislation, including the NHI. The Education Department should align curriculum development and skills training to the needs of industry and the economy. This will contribute to the country's economy and the employment of graduates. Honorable Chairperson, this study tour composed of all members of the committee, including the support staff. The report to be considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Njadu. We'll now proceed to voting, but before we do so, I'll allow a space and an opportunity for declaration of vote to be made in terms of Rule 86, if the provinces so wish. Any province wishing to make a declaration? None. We'll therefore move on to voting on the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. And now call upon the provinces to cast their votes, and we'll call upon to do so as of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape, Yavuma, Chair.
Eastern Cape, Yavuma, Free State?
Free State supports, Chair. Free
State supports, Gauteng?
Gauteng in favor.
Gauteng in favor, KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal,
and support, Limpopo?
Limpopo support, Honorable Chairperson.
Limpopo supports, Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga agrees, Honorable Chairperson.
Mpumalanga agrees. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape supports. Northwest?
Bokoni Buprima I Boya Manoke Mudula Stulo.
Northwest agrees. Western Cape?
Western Cape supports.
Western Cape supports. Thank you very much. Voting being closed. And the results now being available. 9 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. I will now call upon Honorable Ngwenya to take over the chairing. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, honorable members. Honorable members, honorable delegate, we shall now proceed to the subject for the debate as printed on the order paper, debate on the systematic destruction of the state enterprise and urgent steps needed to reposition the state as the primary drive of the development. Honorable members, I will now call upon Honorable J. Makwala from the Economic Freedom Fighter to open the debate. And I would also like to recognize Honorable Obed, Deputy Minister of Public Enterprise, who will participate in the debate. Honorable MJ Makwala.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. Let me take this opportunity to greet the Commander-in-Chief, the President, the incoming President of South Africa, Honorable CIC Julius Silo Malema. Let me take this opportunity to greet the honorable members, Chairperson of the session, distinguished guests, and everyone. We're here to debate the systematic destruction of the state enterprise and urge steps needed to reposition the state as the primary driver of development. This is cardinal pillar number 3 of the EFF, building the state and government capacity, which will lead to the abolishment of tenders and kill any chance of privatization. Chairperson, we have brought this debate here because we as the economic freedom fighters concerned by the rapid degeneration of the state enterprise in the country. This destruction, we believe, is a deliberate attempt by the fearless puppet masters behind the current leadership of the ANC, who pulls the strings and dictate policies and programs. Chairperson, almost all of South African key state-owned companies are in a peculiar state, characterized by growing debts, dysfunctional management, and failure to deliver on mandates. And this has been going on for almost a decade and a half. All this is indicative of a deep problem of political incompetency on the part of ruling elite, who are not the least concerned about running the country. This situation has worsened since Mr. Ranko Ramaphosa took over power. And let me give you a few examples. Denel, the country's arms manufacturing company, which has been struggling to pay its workers for the past few years, reported that it made almost 2 billion losses for the 2019 and 2020 financial year. This happened despite Denel have been capitalized by almost 1.8 billion in 2019. The entity has been receiving audit disclaimers for the past 5 financial years, with material concern on issues of procurements and contracts, irregular expenditure, and fruitful and wasteful expenditure. The company total assets for the 2019 and 2020 financial year were 8.1 billion, while the total liability amounted to 10.4 billion. The AG noted serious leadership failures on the part of Denel as the key driver of the entrenched dysfunctional of a company. South African Airways, which has recently returned to Airways, has been sold for a pittance to a poor defined group of people. What do we know, however, is that after years of leadership failure, Pravin Jamnandas Godan put SA under business rescue in December 2019 instead of turning the company around. The business rescue practitioners have been paid themselves over 200 billion while failing to pay workers. At the end, the very same business rescue practitioners could not rescue the company, giving Mr. Godan and this administration license to do what they always wanted to do, trade off a state company for a pittance. The South African Broadcast Corporation is no different. It is an entity deeply immense in the muddy pool of incompetency, maladministration, and corruption, which has not had a clean audit option in years. As things stand, there is no stability at SABC, and the entity is losing revenue for ridiculous and poor management decision. Transnet is another of those state-owned and enterprises that is proven that the current political leadership in the country is wasteful out of its depths. Early this year, the group chief executive of Transnet outlined plans for the entity to hand over to private companies to run its container courier between Johannesburg and eThekwini for the next 20 years. This is reportedly to help its container courier to function optimally because the entity itself has failed to perform and fulfill its mandate. The entity reported to Parliament that it has gone out to seek private sector partners who are interested in entering into an operational lease agreement with Transnet for the operation of the container courier. The private sector partners will then be responsible for the full operation of the container between the city to Durban. Includes the terminals of City Deep, Kasken, and Bayhead. However, guess this will require to invest over 5 billion into these operations. The benefits will, however, be immense for however these private sector partners is, as they will be practically in charge of the entire container courier. ESCOM, which has been a political football for a while, is a true example of what happens to a country that is not grounded in any ideological conviction. The entity has been deliberately run down over the past 15 years and is now swimming in debts. The situation is made worse by the commitment of the current regime to unsustainably independent on power purchases agreement, which are further draining ESCOM and dragging it down to its knees. The company performance has worsened under the management of the white messiah appointment by Pravin Gordhan Jamnandas. After he has embarked on a concerned effort to rid ESCOM of African managers, the company continued to make serious financial losses and is still unable to guarantee a secure supply of electricity for the whole country. Therefore, tackling any economic growth prospects, the continuing load shedding and its impact of the economy is the most glaring indicator of the mess that Ramaphosa regime has visited upon the nation. The poor performance by almost all state-owned enterprise should not surprise South Africa. All these companies provide critical service to the nation, and the private sector has been salvating over these markets for a while. Without the state as the dependable provider of these services, the private sector will occupy the space and provide these services costly to the population. The intention, therefore, is to weaken the state in a dramatic fashion and kill off any aspiration for the state-led development program in this country. The weakening of these entities is part of a massive program of state capture enabled by the current government of ill-informed and corrupt petite able represented by Ramaphosa and Pravin. This type of state capture makes Zuma's years seems like a Sunday picnic in a park. With the backing of the media, with the destruction of the capacity of the state to investigate and prosecute these criminals, Mr. Ramaphosa has successfully where Zuma failed. There is no way that competently management Denel cannot function in any optimal manner in an age where a research and innovation are driven arms technology develop around the world. There is no reason why Kusile and Mudupe power station has not been momentarily failures that they are, apart from the fact that this has benefited private companies and painted the state as incompetent. Centrally to this whole project is Mr. Pravin Jamnandas Gordhan and some minor ministers in the Ramaphosa government. They are not incompetent. They are not clueless. They know exactly what they are doing. The ultimate aim is to strip the country of all ability to develop without going cap in a hand to beg at the doors of the white capital. The losses in all this will be South Africa citizens who will have no state to depend on when this project is all over. The only true recourse remain at the hands of the population is their vote. The ANC cannot be reformed. It must be destroyed together with the agenda they are representing. The South African economy will never emerge out of this Gamaya without a concerned investment effort by the state. We need the state to be strong and capable to drive development across sectors. Transnet and PRASA must be fixed to enable easy movement of goods and people across the country. We must ditch unsustainable fixation with renewable because those do not serve the interests of the country, but a few individuals who fund the leaders of the ruling party. ESCOM can be fixed, but only if there was a willingness on the part of those who leading the nation. South Africa must resist these attempts at louder their nation resources to the highest bidder. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Mkiva, African National Congress.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Greetings to you and greetings to the Chief Whip and the honorable members of the House. And thank you for affording me to speak on behalf of the African National Congress. From the onset, Chairperson, allow me to actually reject this opportunistic politicking by Honorable Magwala, representing the EFF.
Just do your speech, leave me alone.
They are daydreaming. A country can never be led through slogans and groundless and baseless allegations that you are making against the African National Congress. We have now been in power for 29 years. And when we took over the reins of power in this country, these SOEs were shelter employment organizations. We transformed them into business entities, which we now call state-owned enterprises and state-owned companies. Through them, we have managed to advance the plans of the ANC from the time we implemented the RDP to where we are now on the economic recovery. We are quite very clear that we are not in the business of privatizing the SOEs in this country. While logically consistent and maybe theoretically defensible, at least according to the red-nosed tinted sunglasses of the EFF, my assessment of today's debate is that it is an exaggeration which comes with three very serious and unacceptable costs. The first cost is the misleading inference that there is a deliberate attempt to distract SOEs. Underlying this misleading inference is the flawed notion that SOCs are prone to capture by vested interests and that they are systematically distracted so that they can be handed over to the private sector. The second cost is the opportunistic neglect of the restructuring and turnaround plans underway across SOEs aimed at strengthening the role of the state as an agent of economic transformation and long-term industrial development. In fact, this neglect is quite surprising, given that the restructuring and turnaround plans of SOEs are widely reported in the country on a daily basis by ministers as well as the bureaucrats that are given the task of leading that charge in transforming and turning around these SOEs. The third cost is an inability to engage in historical analysis grounded in context. The EFF, which is sponsoring this motion for debate, seems oblivious to the reality that SOEs are currently attempting to reverse the destructive legacy of state capture. In our view, as the African National Congress, reversing the destructive legacy of state capture is a long, arduous process rather than an instantaneous change. In other words, we cannot expect our SOEs to resemble the impressive performance of SOEs in the Asian tigers overnight, but this does not imply that replication is impossible. In short, as I will show in respect of both form and content, the quintessence of today's debate is wrong. To put it bluntly, the theme of today's debate is unconvincing. Let me explain why in greater detail. The commonly held presumption in the EFF is that a developmental state requires a statist left-wing hegemony wherein the state has substantial control over social and economic affairs. However, the EFF is convinced that the statist left-wing hegemony it advocates for is a non-starter since the state has become dysfunctional in terms of the management of SOEs, as evidenced by the state's withdrawal from economic and social spaces through public-private partnership PPEs in SOEs. In doing so, however, the EFF intentionally downplays two important dynamics of the South African experience. First of all, the EFF statist left-wing hegemony gives the mistaken impression that the state has enough capital to invest in SOEs so that they can compete on the basis of creativity and innovation and to achieve economies of scale and scope. In practice, the state's fiscus is invariably inferior to achieve investments needed to increase efficiency and to build capabilities in SOEs. In short, we do not have money to capitalize SOEs, period. You must be aware of that and must have a clarity of the mind when it comes to that. Secondly, the EFF statist left-wing hegemony attempts to emulate the earlier experience of state control over social and economic affairs under the apartheid system, which is the current state has no intention of replicating precisely because it is entirely at odds with the purpose of the Competition Act, which seeks to correct the previous social and economic imbalances in the economy. The upshot is that the EFF statist left-wing hegemony is an attempt to intervene in social and economic spaces in specific ways that tend to extend or reproduce monopolies. In contrast, our favored approach as the ANC is somewhat different from the EFF one. This is so because there is no single formula for constructing a viable developmental state. As the ANC, we are confident that the public-private partnerships are apt ingredients of a developmental state. Perhaps most interestingly, the implementation of the public-private partnerships as an effective cause of challenges of our SOEs are not an indication that the interests of private capital in general and of finance in particular have been favored by the state. Rather, public-private partnerships are adopted according to binding structural, political, and economic constraints. The ensuing structural, political, and economic constraints lead to several outcomes that determine the type of public-private partnership to be adopted across different SOEs. Nevertheless, the PPEs do not weaken the role of the state, can play in the managing economic development and social change. Such is evident, for example, in the case of SAA, Transnet, and SAFCON. The State Takatso Consortium partnership in SAA presents an opportunity not only to further strengthen integration, trade, and investment in Africa to take advantage of the African continental free trade area, but also to fulfill the lofty goals of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan and the national development plan, which we have adopted as a country and the government of the people, which is under the stewardship of the ANC. Put it differently, the restructuring of SAA strives to put in place the right measures to improve the operations of the national carrier, to enable the movement of the foreign visits, to prevent the collapse of the tourism, cultural, and creative industries supply base. Of course, the EFF has denounced the State Takatso Consortium partnership in SAA as equivalent to reducing the state to acting as a night watchman. Admittedly, though, while the state will not hold a majority stake in SAA anymore after the onboarding of Takatso Consortium, this partnership will have welfare-enhancing effects, either by promoting competition in the South African airline industry or by leading to lower flight tickets for poor and working class passengers in our country in particular. To sum up, the use of PPEs for SAA to be operationally and financially sustainable is pursued in a more diffused way than in Asian Tigers. But this partnership is not defined by the withdrawal of the state from social and economic reproduction. Transnet's growth and renewal strategy, based on private sector participation, aligns with the lofty goals of the ERRP and the NDP, which mandates Transnet to leverage the private sector in the provision of both infrastructure and operations where required. The use of PPEs will, over time, enable Transnet not only to address the many historical barriers to entry for new participants in the ports, rail, and pipeline business, but also to invest in more efficient logistic solutions necessary to remove the factors already highlighted that constrain economic activity in the country. This said, Transnet is on the verge of finalizing PPE for the Durban and Ngqura container terminals, in line with the establishment of the Transnet National Ports Authority as a subsidiary, which also mandates Transnet to implement new creative partnerships with the private sector to strengthen the entity's financial sustainability and operational viability. Perhaps most interestingly, the adoption of this public-private partnership lends Transnet the opportunity to improve the speed of service delivery in the core segments linked to the 9 commodities, including coal, iron ore, manganese, chrome, and a number of others, which contribute 80% of Transnet's revenue and 42.2% of the country's gross domestic product. Coming to Safcol, Safcol has adopted a PPE for its Timbadola sawmill heat and power project. This cogeneration plant mill will produce electricity and heat from wood, residue, and sawdust, while also promoting waste reduction, minimizing the carbon footprint, and will help to replace aging equipment such as boilers. These lauded successful examples of PPEs in SAA, Transnet, and Safcol indicate that the EFF enthusiastic proclamations that there is a systematic destruction of SOEs and that there is an urgent need to reposition the state as the driver of development are nothing but attempts to distract our attention away from effective, if not efficient, interventions to turn the tide across our SOEs. As you can see, that we are actually beginning to do that, and we are turning the corner insofar as exactly turning around this institution. Who knows? Perhaps the EFF exploits the recent resignations of board and senior management members in ESCOM and Transnet as proxies used to measure the supposedly systematic destruction of SOEs. If indeed resignations can be used and be romanticized to measure seriousness and the extent of destruction in any institution, then the EFF is the most destructive institution in itself in the country, as evidenced by too many resignations to enumerate, including that of Andile Mgqitama, Mpora Makata, Kanyisile Litchfield Chabalala, Mandisa Mashego, and recently 62 of its public representatives from national, provincial, and local legislatures. The state's effective and efficient intervention have produced impressive outcomes beyond these PPEs. The other impressive outcome includes the restructuring and turnaround plans across SOEs, especially ESCOM, DINEL, and ALECCO, intended to set up an active developmental state. The restructuring of ESCOM into 3 SOEs.
As you conclude.
Yes, I'm coming to the conclusion, Chairperson. The restructuring of ESCOM in particular and separating it into 3 entities, that which is responsible for generation, transmission, and distribution, has a clear edge over the old-fashioned business model in terms of harnessing South Africa's energy resource to deliver a more reliable, safer, and cleaner energy mix to its people. Chairperson, the ANC policy trajectory is very clear. We want to turn around these SOEs so that they become instruments of our economic activity in terms of achieving the goals of the developmental state. The EFF again is daydreaming in a country that is governed by a mature political organization that has been in administration of this country. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
You are never in the house. How do you know?
You never in the house here. You come on province here.
Kiva, Honorable Member, before I call Honorable Nana, I wanted to remind you, all members that are debating, that is, please stick on your time. Please. Honorable members, order. I would like now to recognize Honorable Nana from DA. Honorable Nana.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members. Let me be clear from the onset. This EFF-sponsored debate under the theme Open Code, the systematic destruction of state-owned enterprises and urgent steps needed to reposition the state as the primary driver of development, close quote, is actually an embodiment of everything that has gone wrong in the SOEs. It is a misplaced debate to have, as it seeks to perpetuate the same that has collapsed these companies in the first instance through corruption, countless multi-billion rand bailouts, and cadre deployment. After 30 years, the ANC has no good story to tell. South African Airways has been stripped to their bare bones, and it is barely flying. ESCOM is unable to keep the lights on. Transnet is on the brink of collapsing South Africa's export sector due to a rail and port crisis. The South African Post Office cannot deliver anything on time. Denel and Armscor have lost their global competitiveness and are now reliant on bailouts to stay afloat. And PRASA has been on a record decline in passenger numbers as commuters continue to lose confidence in its ability to operate efficiently. The genesis of the festering malice in the SOEs was authored at Luthuli House. Instead of opting for meritocracy in the running of SOEs, comrades saw an opportunity to loot these entities dry. Cadre deployment resulted in the systematic degradation of these entities, which culminated in Zuma's state capture project. The industrial scale looting that took place hallowed SOEs, and they have not recovered ever since. I have said it twice in this house, I shall say it again. The concept of placing the state at the center of development is a socialist project that has not only spectacularly failed where it originates in the USSR, but has led to hardships in Venezuela, perpetrated underdevelopment in Cuba, and completely destroyed economies across the African continent. Staying with Venezuela, honorable members, Gabriel Ferrer, a first-year student at the University of Harvard, who is amongst the 7 million who escaped economic meltdown in Venezuela, earlier this year wrote a telling piece about the economic crisis in his native land. From being Latin America's envy in the 80s to being the destroyed country that it is. There is a lot to learn about who and what is to blame for the Venezuelan social economic crisis. Venezuela, ever since the 60s, was one of the richest countries in Latin America and most developed country of the region. It was the Venezuela everyone wished to have had. This was due to the high oil price in the international market, since Venezuela is one of the countries with the biggest oil reserves in the world. This made it one of the fastest rising economies of Latin America for most of the late 20th century. They were a model democracy for most of the continent too. They had a fair and competitive democratic system in place, so strong it survived a wave of authoritarian ruling and economic crisis in Latin America from the 60s all the way to the early 80s. During the last few years, Venezuela has been nothing but a socio-economic crisis. The absurd hyperinflation of the Venezuelan currency has made the economy fall into a crisis, and the government has failed to make it any better. This has ultimately caused the social aspect of the country to be in the decline. Looking for something to put on the table has become the biggest problem to be solved by the Venezuelans. There is no time for leisure or development. The insecurity has also spiraled out of control because delinquents have decided that robbing someone a little bit less poorer than them is the solution to their situation. But in 1998, Venezuela was destined to suffer what it did not suffer from mid-1900s, which is populism that characterized Latin America at the time. The infamous Hugo Chavez, I suppose our own Jacob Zuma, was a recently freed military officer who had failed in an attempted coup against a democratically elected government 2 years before, ascended to power, promising the world to the working class and the minorities in Venezuela. Chavez's incompetent way of handling the economy, coupled with his constant attempt to change the whole state to his liking, were the determining factors of the current situation in Venezuela. The Mexican newspaper El Universal, in an article titled open quote, Venezuela's crisis, who to blame, close quote, expresses that the socialist reforms of Chavez's mandate destroyed the country's private sector. His reforms were based on expropriating hundreds of businesses to nationalize them and do nothing about them after all. One of the worst things that could have happened to a country. Chavez selling his action as giving the people what belongs to the people, find a way to acquire many more positions for his friends and family, because apparently only the people closest to him were the people. John Otis, a Bogota-based correspondent for NPR, in his article on the same issue, made it abundantly clear that the government, or lack of it, was responsible for such a humanitarian crisis. Across his article, his choice of words leaves clear that most of the Venezuelans blame the socialist government for the great Venezuelan migration. The situation is widely blamed on corruption and mismanagement by President Nicolas Maduro's socialist regime. I'm sure by now you are all beginning to see South Africa's socio-economic crisis in the story of Venezuela. In the Brandhurst Foundation discussion paper dated 2014 entitled, open quote, The Red Berets of Hugo Chavez, Lessons for South Africa, close quote. Dr. Greg Mills and Malcolm Ferguson describe Chavez as an exceptionally charismatic and astute politician, possessed of mischievous sense of humor and an extraordinary common touch, often playing a guitar and playing into song. Above all, he was a game changer, a man who, through force of personality and political ruthlessness, radically transformed the character of Venezuelan politics. His initial success at reducing poverty came at a price, both politically and economically. In pursuit of his stated political aims of creating a more equal and socially just society, Chavez deliberately divided Venezuelan society into two camps, those who supported him and those who didn't support him, and he described those as oppressors of the people and the enemy. The strategy has left Venezuela bitterly fractured, both in spirit and economically. It has led to mass immigration in conjunction with ceaseless attacks on private business to collapse to the collapse of the productive sector. They further contend that the emergence of the EFF in South Africa, which models itself on Chavez's National Bolivarian Armed Forces of Venezuela, prompts the question of how to address
As
the
you
inequality
conclude,
grinding poverty in this country. History compels us, honorable members, that we should resist with all what we have the path the EFF is luring us to take, because it has had disastrous consequences in Venezuela. If it is allowed in our country, it will be just as catastrophic. Honorable members, I have decided to focus on Venezuela's economic crisis because it's an important topic for us to learn. Zingcuka ezi zambethe ufelelwe busha. Bavuthulula i-VBS norhulumente waseLimpopo ngoku bafuna ukugqibezela.
On a point of order, Chairperson.
Apha eMzantsi Afrika.
On a point of order, Chairperson. On a point of order.
order, Honorable Nana, point of order.
Chairperson, Honorable Nana is making a statement saying that bavuthulula i-VBS. There is nowhere, anywhere, any court of law that has proven that the EFF has taken money of VBS. Honorable Nana must withdraw, must not mislead the House and the public. He must withdraw unconditionally with immediate effect.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Nana, can you please continue?
Chairperson, if the shoes fit, Honorable Mapala
I'm
must wear
rising
them.
on a point of order.
If the shoes fit, they
Chair.
must wear the shoes.
On a
Thank you
point
very
of
much,
order.
Chairperson. I am done. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable
On a
members.
point of order.
Thanks very much, Honorable Nana. Honorable Tabangwani.
On a point of order, Mangwe.
Yes, Honorable
Right.
Kausi.
Chairperson, you are deliberately ignoring Honorable Magwala. We are calling on everyone who speaks about VBS
What a point of
to
order,
go
Honorable
and open a
Kausi.
case, and that
There's no
includes
point of
you,
order.
Mangwe. There's no case against the EFF.
There's no point of order,
The
Makausi.
EFF has never touched VBS money. And Honorable Nana needs to withdraw. We maintain that statement. He must withdraw. You withdraw. You've got cases in Parliament when Mangwenya. You've got cases. People are opening cases against you, ANC people, for corruption. Not the EFF. The EFF has never you are corrupt bunch of people there.
Oh, and open.
Honorable Tawangani, EFF.
Mamangwe.
The government in waiting. The minister in waiting.
I swear we are lying.
Shame.
Thank you,
Honorable.
Shame on you.
Honorable Kosi, order. Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable the House
waiting
Chair,
for what?
and greetings to all members of this House. As the economic freedom fighters, the government in waiting, we are here to debate about the systematic destruction of state enterprises and urgent steps needed to reposition the state as the primary driver of development. House Chairperson, we are having this debate in the middle of the very painful time in our country, where we seem to reverse and still continue to reverse all the strides we made since 1994. On a daily basis, our people have to deal with the triple threat of poverty, employment, and inequality in South Africa. Employment is one of the primary negative consequences of the decline of state enterprises, and as state enterprises are major employers providing jobs to a significant portion of the workforce. On a point of order, entities face financial strain, mismanagement, and operational challenges job losses become inevitable, the direct impact is felt not only by employees, but also by the communities and industries that rely on the economic activities generated by these enterprises. The decline of state enterprises in South Africa carries significant social implications that extend well beyond economic considerations. Workers, communities, and all overall well-being of citizens are intricately linked to the fate of these entities. Honorable House Chair, this disruption extends beyond the workplace, affecting the mental and emotional well-being of individuals and their families, and contributing to social issues like increased crime rates and strained social services. As state entities struggle, there is a decline in the quality and availability of services such as transportation, energy, and telecommunications, which can hinder our people's ability to access education, healthcare, and employment opportunities, perpetuating a cycle of economic and social disadvantage. House Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters has various platforms lamented the importance of state-owned enterprises in South Africa. State-owned enterprises are the main sources of employment in this country. They play the important role of upgrading labor skills and raising social standards. State-owned enterprises contribute to socio-economic transformation through the creation of jobs and skills development. They provide employment and the transfer of skills, which are crucial elements for development. They are also vehicles for job creation and employment. The importance of well-governed state-owned enterprises is further illustrated by the fact that they tend to be concentrated in the strategic sectors such as infrastructure, rail, transport.
Honorable member, your time is over.
Yes, as I conclude, electricity
Member, your time
and
is
water
over.
supply,
Your
broadcasting, natural resource, extraction, telecommunications, as well as finance. They are an important instrument in achieving national development goals as in development such as ours.
Yeah, your time is
Development.
up.
There is no the reliance on solid and well-run institutions of the state.
Your time is up.
Throughout the developed world, state-owned enterprises are regarded as a mechanism to improve, contribute to the social and economic development of our people. As I conclude, House Chairperson, we all know that for economies to grow, for jobs to be created, and for countries to be stable, there need to be a related effort for upskilling the nation and providing resources needed for the development of the country. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Are you out of order when I really?
Yeah, we speak until we finish.
Order, Chairperson.
I've got 3 members. Meanwhile, the member was behaving as was behaving. It's Honorable Mama Bibi, Honorable Lapskaken, and Honorable Member, as I call you, Mama.
Thank you very much, Mama, the chair, House Chair. House Chair, we are not going to tolerate the honorable member just to disgrace this house.
Order, honorable member. We're addressing you.
We stick to the rules of this house as the NCOP. So you can't come here and do whatever you want just because you want to be seen by your party. So
who's the chairperson now?
Honorable Chairperson, I think the honorable member made a very big mistake. This is not done, honorable member. Please behave yourself.
Thank you.
In which
What
rule are
big
you referring to?
What big mistake?
In which rule are you referring to?
Exactly. Which rule?
Which rule?
When is there, they don't have a problem.
Honorable Abskakin.
Chairperson, I rise on the rules 52.d. The delegate's conduct is grossly disorderly. And I rise this because really the member shouted at a level that no one could listen. And I don't think that contributes to the decorum of this house. And further on, except from that, the member also just ignored the chair and continued grossly disconduct. I would like you to rule on that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, honorable member. Honorable member.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I have been covered by the Honourable Abeskagni. I would, however, suggest that the Honourable member from the EFF, when she is brought before the Powers and Privilege Committee on the behaviour today, might just approach her leader to lend her some of the VBS money in order to get a good lawyer. Thank you.
Chair, on a point of order.
Chairperson.
Chairperson.
No. Mama Ngwenya, this is really out of order.
Chairperson, why are you insulting
No.
his presence?
Chairperson. No, Chairperson.
The law is not writing on any rule. What rule is the code saying?
It's not going to happen.
What rule is that?
It's not going to happen, Chairperson.
I'm not going to be insulted by the people. I'm not going to be insulted by the people.
We are not insulted, we are not out of order.
Mangwenya is chairing the house, but Mangwenya doesn't also know the rules. Mangwenya do not even know the rules. She doesn't read. We are going to talk in that house. You ANC people, it's your last few months in that house.
No, don't say hey to me. You don't say hey. Don't say hey to me when you're not going to be threatened by you. You can never come here with no fact telling us that EFF took PPS money. Don't start. No, Mama, you must rule on Honorable Nana first. That's why now this thing is happening like this. It's wrong.
Thank you very much.
Completely wrong.
Take a ruling, now you are disturbing me.
We are not disturbing you. You are a bunch of corrupt people, including you, Mangwenya, in that house. Never mention VBS. We never took VBS money. You are corrupt. You are a Bosasa beneficiary in that house. That's why you can't even rule.
We can't come here and try to be
you are
not going to be decided by you.
Thank you very much, House Chair.
We're on duty here.
Thank you very much, House Chair.
I want to take your ruling. Can you please speak?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, in addition to the issue raised by Honourable Labastachny, I'd like to refer the House to Rule 50, which speaks to the precedence of presiding officer and says, whenever the officer presiding rises during a debate with the Council, a delegate addressing or seeking to address the Chair must take his or her seat and allow the officer presiding to be heard without interruption. That was clearly not followed, Chairperson. I do think this matter needs to be referred to the relevant committee, be it Ethics or Powers and Privileges. And while you are doing that, Chair, I'd also like to make the point that shouting out, we're not going to listen to a white boy, is also unparliamentary, and I'd like you to...
Chairperson?
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Rider.
Chairperson?
Chairperson. I would like to take
Chairperson, on a point of order. Chairperson, why do you keep saying you don't allow us?
I want to raise also
You
a point of
cannot
order,
correct an error by an error. There is a disaster here.
Point of order, Chair.
I would like now to take a ruling.
Chairperson, point of order.
Honorable member, I'm taking a ruling now. I didn't
Chairperson, you cannot do
Honorable
that.
Samai, please
No, I said
respect me.
Chairperson,
Sit
point
down.
of order before this man.
Honorable
No, you
Mr.
can't do
MP,
that, Chair.
please sit down. I want to take the ruling on the behavior that the honorable member
Chairperson.
have done in the house.
It's not the only person who's done it.
What
He's
you
not
have
the
done is
only
wrong,
one
but I
person
want to
who
give
has done
you
that, Chair.
a ruling.
Chairperson, before you take the ruling.
Honorable member, Rule 60, time limit for the speech. Silapa Nditi, this is what she have done. Yes. ET, except whether this rule provides otherwise, delegate may not speak in a debate in the council for long than the time allocated to them in the list of the speak. This is the ruling. Therefore, honorable member, what you have done is out of order. And another thing that I want to remind you members, when your time is over, even if you speak, we don't hear you what you are saying. Instead, you are wasting our time and undermine not only me as chair, but you are undermining all of us. I'm taking a ruling that I'm going to take this matter to the ethics committee. Thank you.
Chairperson, I'm rising on a
Thank
point
you,
of
thank you,
order.
Chair.
Chairperson, Chair.
No point of order on this matter.
I'm not rising on this matter,
I
Chair.
have taken a ruling, Honorable Mukause.
It's a new matter. It's a new matter.
I have taken a ruling. We are not going to speak on this matter now. Because
It's a new
I have taken
matter.
a ruling already.
It's a new matter.
Honorable member.
It's a new matter.
It's a new matter. Why can't you?
It's a new matter, Chair.
Honorable members, siyaqhubeka ngicela ningivalele u-Honorable Mukause mayengafuni ukungilalela.
I'm rising on a point of order, Chair.
When I'm don't undermine the chairperson.
We are not going to listen to Busasa beneficiaries like you, Mangwenya, to come and tell us nonsense. You are a beneficiary of Busasa. That's why you can drag our member to ethics committee for nothing. You are a corrupt bunch of people. Busasa beneficiaries.
I'm insisting the table, please assist me and assist all of us. Honorable members, order. We're continuing with our debate now. I would like to call Honorable Obed, the Deputy Minister of Public Enterprise. Please come to the platform, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to all honorable members and delegates from provinces, and also SALGA representatives present.
Order, honorable
Chair,
members. Continue, honorable minister.
Chair, the debate that has been presented to us has already pointed out the position of the DA as a market fundamentalist organization. And then on the side of the EFF, it has already given us a hint of a debate of the left, ultra-left arguments that are not backed by science and facts. And then yet, South Africa in 1994, as we'll be celebrating 30 years of democracy next year, chose a middle road of a mixed economy. And in the mixed economy, it says that the state has a role to play in the economy and to ensure that all market failures the state is able to come in and then really begin to provide on those services to the people. Imagine if the state was to be removed from being an state and activist Wi-Fi and fiber build up will not be rolling out, meaning the digital divide that we see now, where the markets only concentrate in the urban areas and not wanting to put up infrastructure in the rural so that there's equality of access to the Wi-Fi services will then be not achieved. Therefore, the role of the state is really to come in that instance. Imagine if PRASA was to be privatized tomorrow, which is giving affordable rates for people to go to work, to travel to work, and you give it into the private hands, which aim is just to make profits and nothing else. It means the working class and the workers of our country will suffer. So the list goes on. So therefore, there's a role of the state to play whilst allowing the private sector also to play its role. But the state is to ensure and guarantee services to the people, to the most vulnerable, and to really play a role in those areas where the markets do not want to go because they don't see profits in them. So, Chair, therefore, with this debate we are saying here, there is no government-engineered and orchestrated destruction of the SOEs or state-owned companies. On the contrary, these state-owned companies are at the center of government's economic reconstruction, development, transformation, and service delivery agenda. Over the past 5 years, the performance of the state-owned entities has been varied across the portfolio committee of the Department of Public Enterprise. This can be attributed to a combination of factors such as state capture, outdated business models, governance instability, undercapitalization, as well as inadequate oversight. I want to emphasize on the undercapitalization. When other countries that are of the same economy as ours, such as South Korea, Malaysia, China, and the others, though they are above us, where they put a lot of money in the remodernization and the re-engineering of their own assets. And South Africa did not do that, and therefore this undercapitalization is coming at a cost now. But that does not mean it's a distraction or engineered to destroy the SOEs in order to sell them. There's nothing truth in that particular element. But also the state capture, I think, has really exposed us that once you put men and women in the boards and in the management, you must have an extra oversight capabilities of the state that is capacitated to ensure that everything is done in accordance so that we protect the assets of the state from some of the people who unfortunately did whatever they did. So, Chair, these plans, therefore, are in place to revive and remodernize and then to develop with turnaround plans and strategies to restructuring and reforming the state-owned entities. Government has taken decisive steps to stabilize these entities, securing financial support to prevent them from total collapse due to untenable capital structures which carried significant burden interest. On ESCOM, just come in there, as you will know, that ESCOM was one of the performing state-owned entities. And then when we came into power, the electricity access in South Africa was just below 50%. We were able then to drive a program of electrifying every township, every village, and making electricity a right for all, not a privilege for the few, as was the case. But in doing so, we did not build new capacity of generation. And then ESCOM came and then said that we needed to do so. And then we then kept on saying, drive the electrification, which is now standing at 95% access. And South Africans who were born before democracy, who saw apartheid, know that the Africans were only reduced to paraffin lights and candle lights, but today everybody has that access. Therefore, in 2007, when we started building Kusile and Medupe, it was already late, and then the constraint of the generation was already feeling it, where we lost the energy available factor declining from 77.3% to 56.3%, and unplanned outages increasing from 10% to 31%, as is the case. With government intervention, though, we have now an energy action plan and generation recovery plans, which are there to ensure that we recover even in that area. We are rebuilding and we are able to reduce the intensity of load shedding. The general recovery plan is currently in place, which envisages a recovery of 3,115 megawatts by March 2024, almost like the way it was in October this year, where it was at 60%, but unplanned outages arose as a result of the collapse of some of the units, and hence this situation. So once we are at 65%, that's the safest spot in which we want really to build this generation recovery plan and ensure therefore that we're able to stay there and up it up by 6,000 to 70 towards 80%. In that way, we will then be assured of this energy availability factor. But should there be anything, obviously, the first call is to protect the infrastructure, not from total collapse. And then that is what is happening around ESCOM, which has had to go through this. And the separation of ESCOM companies to 3 companies is not a privatization program. All of them are 100% state-owned companies into generation, transmission, and then distribution. Because we have learned from our countries, some of the countries are in the third world countries, that if you separate, if one pulls down, it does not pull the others down. Currently, the way ESCOM, 100-years-old entity, is designed is that if any end of the entities pulls down, it pulls down the entire company. So therefore, the model is more the regeneration, the rebuilding, and then also now repurposing them for the South Africa that we live in today. So on Transnet, obviously there are challenges that have been captured and are topical now. Also, we did not invest enough in the infrastructure and also in expanding all that infrastructure. We continued on the same rail network with the same trains. Some of them are 50 years old, some of them 60 years old. The fiscus has been challenged to look at other priorities of society. So the balancing act element has led to some of it. It was not neglect, it was not negligence, but it was also because the fiscus had to also prioritize in ensuring that children are able to get to school, and then those who are finishing their matric are able to access universities, and then we needed also to support them, at least to get the first degree. So with that, obviously, we then had to then rely on the old Transnet. Obviously, we had to start building and investing in it. Locomotives have been bought, but unfortunately, the way it was done, corruption came in. And then as a result, those locomotives are standing without parts, and we are now resolving on the re-engineering of Transnet and hoping therefore that the current congestions at the Durban port with 40 kilometers of tracks lining up towards the port, and the port not being functional with old materials and old systems and old technology. We are also now beginning to re-engineer and then also engaging with original equipment manufacturers to really begin to bring in and then recalibrate on that particular aspect, including the new investor that has partnered with National Port Authority at the Durban Container Terminal to expand the port to be able also to bring the big ships into South Africa. Whatever is the current challenge, we are now beginning to look at it. The minister is not in this debate because he's physically out there in Durban to go and really unlock whatever the challenges that are there. Chair, on the South African Airways, the issue here, the minister did not decide to put it on business rescue. The creditors decided to go to court when they could not be paid. And they applied for the court to liquidate SAA so that they can recoup back their monies. It was at that point when, before the court could come to a determination, that the minister decided to put it under business rescue, and that saved SAA. The conditions were as such that We wanted to be 60% and 40%, whoever comes in to partner. But then the offer on the table was as such that no other could then prove money. And then therefore, we ended up with that particular situation of 59.49. But with the price, which was put at 51 rands, and we then had to negotiate what we call the golden shake, which is 3 billion rand, that whoever comes in must bring in capital injection into the SA at the tune of that. So we hope, therefore, that once that deal is over, then the state will no longer be carrying the burden of bailout, because this private investment together with government is what we call the PPP model, or the build, operate, transfer, and it's not just one, because we had to save the company. If we didn't do so, it will be gone, like the South African Express, which was liquidated, is no more a company, it's finished. And then, but we are proud that it is on the skies. On Dinel, Chair, the Dinel definitely did lose a lot of money due to corruption. And then also when they could not pay workers, a lot of those workers left and then went to other companies in the industry. And also there was a deliberate move to sabotage Dinel when 200 workers were recruited into some country. Then all those skills had left Dinel, but we are rebuilding Dinel. We are renegotiating the market share that they've lost, so that we could then begin to have that capacity of a Dinel that is functional. On Safcol, it's a company, honorable members, that is doing well. Its revenue increasing from 926 million to 1.2 billion rand in 2018 up to now. So it's one of those state companies that no one talks about it. They don't give praises to it because it's doing well on what it ought to do. And also want to thank Safcol for also having these learnership programs where now young people are able then to be trained on entrepreneurial, not just for a job, and go to Zanin and look at the project, go to Vermen, look at the project, go to Komati in Mpumalanga and look at the project. A lot of beneficiaries of communities, youth, women, who are now entrepreneurs in the value chain of Safcol. Lesco also is also rising from corruption as a result of Danan, and they are able now to sell and then make a profit as a result of their coming back of 482 million rand in the past financial year. But challenges of the land claimants are still unfortunately holding them, and because we then have to really begin to make sure, therefore, that the communities of Richard Presfeld are also able to learn. So, Chair, on governance, I just want to conclude as an social economic development program that we are now beginning to focus on.
As you conclude,
put boards in place that will then be able to run these companies proper, and management that comes in there and dealing with those outstanding cases of corruption. We are chasing that money, but we then want to say to you, the ANC know what it is doing, and the ANC is recalibrating all the SOEs to be catalytic.
Thank you, honorable member. Your time is over.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Minister. Honorable Debrain, FF Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, state-owned enterprises were established by government to improve the lives of its citizens and serve as a catalyst for economic growth and development. However, over the years, these institutions became a sign of failure and corruption. Eskom, SAA, and other SOEs have all been brought to their knees by constant mismanagement, incompetence, and corruption. And when we look at the collapse of Eskom, for example, and I quote this from an article of the Daily Maverick, the ANC is happy to fold its arms as if such problems have nothing to do with their party. But we all know that it is the ANC ministers who have been meeting with the governance and the management at Eskom, and that it is the ANC government that has collapsed Eskom. Chairperson, Eskom was established 100 years ago in 1923 by the then government of Prime Minister Jan Smuts to provide electricity for industrializing the entire country beyond only a handful of mining centers. And all of the governments that came after that of Smith's, from the pact government of 1924 all the way to the apartheid government, appreciated the need to keep on strengthening Eskom. But things went wrong when the incompetence of the ANC took over the company after 1994. They extended the electricity provision to millions of previously unserviced people without building more operational, and the focus is on operational generation capacity. This is, Honorable Person, this is like having a boat. You keep on loading with more and more passengers without the vessel becoming bigger. Eventually the vessel will sink. And the combination of ANC incompetence and corruption that has ultimately broken Eskom's back, that is the result of almost 3 decades of neglect and looting, effectively milking the cow dry and cutting off each other. And that, Honorable Chairperson, is a fact that the ANC simply just cannot deny. Agbare Voorsitter, staatsentiteite is deur die regering tot stand gebring om die lewens van burgers te verbeter en ekonomiese groei en ontwikkeling te verseker. Maar soos ek vroeër gesê het, waarheen het hierdie instelling se teken van mislukking en korrupsie geword. Eskom, SAL, Transnet en ander staatsentiteite is almal op hulle knieë gedwing deur die aanhoudende wanbestuur, onbevoegdheid en die korrupsie. Tot in so 'n mate dat daar onlangs berig is dat tot 500,000 mense hulle werk kan verloor as daar nie dringend ingegaan word by Transnet nie. Agbare Voorsitter, dit is geen geheim dat individue in leierskapsposisies in staatsbeheerde ondernemings aangestel word gebaseer op hulle politieke verwantskappe, eerder as kwalifikasies en vermoëns, en dat dit gelei tot besluitneming baseer op politieke belang, eerder as op die instelling, eerder as op ingeligte sakepraktyke. En dit is as gevolg van individue wat sonder kwalifikasies en ervaring aangestel is, om sleutelinstellings te lei, wat bygedra het tot die agteruitgang en die verval van hierdie entiteite. Honorable Chairperson, even the President acknowledged in his Sona speech that state-owned enterprises are the state's greatest weakness, and that many SOEs are struggling with a significant debt and underinvestment in infrastructure because of the effects of state capture and a shortage of skills. Taxpayers invested more than 233 billion rand in SOEs over the last 5 years, with only Safco showing a dividend of 1 million rand. And I'm glad the Deputy Minister spoke about Safco. And I just want to remind the Deputy Minister, there's a big difference between increasing your turnover and increasing your profits. But nonetheless, to address this challenge, the President stated that the government will establish a state-owned holding company as part of a centralized shareholder model that will ensure effective oversight of SOEs. Honorable Chair, all this sounds good on paper. Unfortunately, South Africa has lost their trust in the current government. And we all know that this will only create an environment for more corruption, cadre deployment, and mismanagement. SOEs in South Africa don't need ANC managed recovery plans or to be centralized by the ANC in order to survive and thrive. SOEs in South Africa, like the rest of South Africa, need a government where the ANC is not currently governing, or any VBS looting party for that matter. And this, Honorable Chair, is the only way to save SOEs in South Africa. Luckily, this will become a reality after the 2024 elections. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honourable Member. I wish all members can do what we have done in terms of sticking to your time. Thank you, Honourable De Bruin. Honourable Bibi, Mama, ANC.
Ngibonge sihlalo wendlu leli thuba ongeza lona ukuba ngibe ingxenye yale nkulumo mpikiswana namhlanje. Kepha ngithi angisike nje ujihayo ukuthi izolo besinama by-elections lapha eWard 41 eMsunduzi. Lapho ANC ithole 2,428, i-EFF yathola 327, i-DA yathola 0. Ngishiye lapho. Honorable Chairperson, whilst the phrase systematic destruction of SOCs is the core aspect of the EFF motion for debate brought before us, such a phrase contains no element of truth in that it is doubtful that the everyday management of SOCs in this country is primarily characterized deliberate attempts of systematic destructions. Chairperson, This is disappointing. From a party that self-proclaims to be guided by superior logic, the so-called superior logic of the EFF is rather narrow, technical, and ideological biased education. Whilst the EFF motion for debate raises doubts about the strength and viability of the state to curb nefarious political interference and abuse of political power, as well as sabotage within SOCs, our perspective as the African National Congress is distinctive. It is distinctive, Honorable Chairperson, because we are not ignorant of the fact that the state has appointed people with decent training and etiquette into boards and executive management across SOCs to address systematic destruction of SOCs where they do arise, but also and inevitably where they do not. Honorable Chairperson, the bottom line is that competent, capable, and effective boards and executive management are antithetical to deliberate attempts to systematically distract SOCs. In short, systematic destruction of SOCs is necessarily contingent upon incompetent, incapacitated, and ineffective boards and executive management. Honorable Chairperson, paradoxically, unfortunately, evidence indicates that there's no sign of potential systematic destruction of SOCs. This implies that the EFF claims that there is a systematic destruction of SOCs is a false optimism about the diagnosis. And unsurprisingly, the prognosis about what is to be done from the EFF will be flawed, if not costly as well. Chairperson, despite claims to the contrary, all SOCs undergoing restructuring and reforms have appointed competent, capable, and effective boards and executive management. And this has increased rather than decreased, certainly about the ability of the state to deploy its administrative and political resources to the task of addressing destructive implications where they do arise with SOCs. Honorable Chairperson, to begin with, ESCOM newly appointed board has put the financial means and human resources at its disposal to deter corruption and fraud, as well as any form of procurement processes abuse. Thanks to the outstanding work of the board, ESCOM has established the State Capture Task Team, which works collaboratively with the National Prosecution Authority and the Special Investigation Unit to proactively implement the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry into State Capture. Honorable Chairperson, more recently, ESCOM State Capture Task Team has made strenuous efforts to recover unlawful payments of over 3.1 billion from McKinsey and countless other service providers through collaborative partnership with the NPA and the SIU. Honorable Chairperson, as part of expediting civil recoveries, ESCOM is currently pursuing approximately 4.8 billion through civil action against its former executives and directors that were the brain and heart of the state capture. And this is done in collaboration with SIU and the South African Police Services. Honorable members, ESCOM State Capture Task Team has proven very effective at implementing the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry into State Capture and ensuring that the desired goals are met. Take, for example, the task team has successfully reduced the costly corruption activities that were commonplace across Eskom's power station in Limpopo and Mpumalanga by taking disciplinary actions against delinquent employees and directors, as well deregistering and blacklisting delinquent supplies from Eskom database. Honorable Chairperson, these disciplinary actions have had unlimited success, and they resulted in some delinquent directors being suspended from their professional bodies, such as the South Africa Institute of Chartered Accountants, and new contracts being placed under provisional block until the supply disciplinary processes are concluded. Honorable Chairperson, moreover, these disciplinary actions have resulted in the opening of 144 against Eskom employees for fraud and corruption, with only 41 cases resulting in criminal proceedings under the Criminal Procedure Act. Apart from the task team, Eskom has rationalized and streamlined rigorous campaigns to bolster ethics, integrity, and compliance programs aimed at rooting out corruption, fraud, and sabotage. Some of the key milestones include: 1, a crime risk management designed to combat, amongst other things, bribery and corruption, financial crime, physical assets crime, cyber crime, and anti-money laundering at Eskom. 2, a single investigative unit established and manage investigations matters related fraud and corruption. Honorable Chairperson, these campaigns have laid the foundation for interventions geared towards combating fraud, corruption, and sabotage, especially in the supply of the coal Eskom. Perhaps most interestingly, trucks involved in the possession of the subgrade coal destined for Matla, Camden, and Kendal power station in Mpumalanga have been impounded, while the drivers were placed under arrest between October and November. Relatedly, in December 2022, the Hawks had raided numerous illegal coal yards in Emalahleni, in Mpumalanga, that were involved in swapping quality coal and subgrade coal destined to Eskom power stations. Furthermore, Chairperson, it was also shown in Eskom annual report for the 2022-2023 financial year that incident of irregular expenditure, as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, have drastically declined. We commend Eskom for self-correcting incident of irregular expenditure, as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, despite ambiguously and unprecedentedly adverse political, economic, and structural conditions to do so. Honorable Chairperson, the case of Eskom is an eloquent testimony to the ANC's long-held view that the phrase systematic destruction of SOCs is misleading and opportunistic, because signs of systematic destructions are not only elusive, but also materially undergrounded across SOCs. Going further, Chairperson, the state has led the selection and appointment of competent boards and executive management at Transnet, which are working collaboratively to ensure the implementation of the growth and renewal strategy, predicated and sector participation as outlined in the NDP and the ERP. Significantly, Transnet has identified 10 preferred bidders, including but not limited to Global Port Services, International Container Terminal Services, Red Sea Gateway Terminal, and MMC Port Holdings, and Star Classic Investment Limited and Abu Dhabi Ports as part of the 25 years specially purpose vehicles between the private sector players and the Transnet Airport Terminal for the Durban and Ngqura Containers Terminals in KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape, in line with the establishment of Transnet National Ports Authority as a subsidiary of the Transnet Groups. Honorable members of this House, perhaps most interestingly, the entry of the new private sector players will not be limited at both the Durban and Ngqura Container Terminal, but rather will extend to the City Deep Container Terminal and the Gulffontein Terminal, auto supply chain integration in Gauteng as part of the Transnet prioritized transitions to enable growth and renewal on the one hand, and the state's Operation Vulindlela initiative for raising port efficiency and terminal on the other hand. Honorable Chairperson, at the same time, Transnet has achieved significant improvement in the speed of service delivery in the core segments, as well as the auto and containers through the increase in rail utilization. Consider, for example, the reopening of the Leu-Fontaine link in Gauteng has improved the turnaround time of the automotive industry, reducing the route by 60 kilometers, thus positioning the automotive industry nicely to contribute towards the reindustrialization of the South African economy. Honorable Chairperson, henceforth, there is a real potential for export growth in the automotive industry as 7E original equipment manufacturers made a commitment of 40 billion rands investment in the next 5 years, and this will impact positively on both employment in the industry, which stands around 120 employees and whose export share account for 14% of South African export. And accordingly, Transnet had identified key opportunities to expand the Port of Durban, the Port of Port Elizabeth, and the Port of East London to match the potential export in the automotive industry in the country. Honorable members and Honorable Chairperson, furthermore, Transnet competent board and executive management is responsible for the completion of the rehabilitation of Thornwood Railway Station on the container corridor in KwaZulu-Natal, which has resulted in the restoration of 27 trains per day, thereby opening new opportunities for investment to match the demand for rolling stock overhaul and upgrades. The restoration of 27 trains per day, for example, will have a positive spillover effect and Transnet engineering as it will assist
as you conclude
the stabilization of the current facing series. As I conclude, Chairperson, the laudable work done by the competent, capable, and effective boards and executive management at ESCOM and Transnet cast serious doubts on the EFF's claim that there are attempts to systematically
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is over.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Khatebe.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Today, I stand on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party to address a matter of utmost urgency and national importance: the systematic destruction of state enterprises and the imperative need for urgent steps to reposition the state as the primary driver of development. Our nation has witnessed a concerning trend: the gradual dismantling and deterioration of state enterprises that were once the backbone of our economic stability and developmental aspirations. These entities designed to serve the public interest have faced challenges ranging from mismanagement and corruption to neglect and a lack of strategic foresight. The consequences of the systematic destruction of state enterprises are far-reaching and multifaceted. From economic decline and loss of employment opportunities to the erosion of public trust, the repercussions are felt by every citizen. The time has come for us as representatives of the people to engage in a robust debate on how to reverse this trend and restore the state's pivotal role in driving development. Firstly, it is imperative to acknowledge that the state enterprises play a crucial role in shaping our national economy, from energy production to transportation. These entities have the potential to be catalysts for economic growth, innovation, and social upliftment. However, to unlock their full potential, we must address the root causes of their decline. The IFP contends that their decline stems from a toxic combination of mismanagement, corruption, and neglect. To reverse this trend, we must embark on a comprehensive and strategic intervention. Mismanagement and corruption have been cancers eating away at the core of state enterprises. We must advocate for stringent measures to ensure transparency, accountability, and good governance. Robust oversight mechanisms, coupled with effective anti-corruption initiatives, are paramount to restoring public confidence and salvaging these entities. Secondly, neglect and a lack of strategic planning have left many state enterprises in a state of despair. It is imperative that we prioritize the allocation of resources, both financial and human, to revitalize these entities. Strategic investments coupled with comprehensive turnaround strategies are essential to reposition the state as the primary driver of development. Moreover, the IFP calls for a paradigm shift towards prioritizing the revitalization of these institutions. Rather than viewing them solely through a profit-driven lens, we must recognize their role in social development by aligning their objectives with the broader national development agenda. We can ensure that these enterprises contribute meaningfully to poverty alleviation, job creation, and social empowerment. The IFP stands firm in its call for urgent steps to address the systematic destruction of state enterprises. As we debate this matter, let us collectively commit to fostering an environment where state enterprises can thrive, driving the development agenda and securing a brighter future for our nation. In doing so, we safeguard the interests of our citizens and pave the way for a more prosperous and equitable South Africa. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Hatebe. And Honorable Ryder, maybe before, Honorable Ryder, you must remember that the speakers list have been updated. Honorable Ryder, you can start.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. The Sadim touch is a term given to the phenomenon where everything that you touch turns to waste. Observant members will note that it is merely a reverse spelling of the word Midas, but will agree that it perfectly defines government's track record when it comes to state-owned enterprises. It doesn't take too much research to see that all of the prominent state-owned companies are in deep trouble, caused by a combination of poor management and corruption at unprecedented scales. The state exists to ensure that the whole of society is able to enjoy an acceptable standard of living. The state is required to intervene to do the work of providing necessary resources without a profit motive. State-owned enterprises are intended to be sustainable, but not exploitatively profitable providers of basic needs, massively capital-intensive shared resources, or strategic goods. This is why basic transport, ports, some aspects of communication, electrical generation, and arms manufacture have all found themselves under the blinded eye of Minister Gordon. And how's that working out? Well, we only need to look at Mr. Godongwana's annual report of which drunk uncle has blown the credit card limit on excess to see that the state companies are floundering. The sad reality is that we only get to hear of the worst of the bunch, but there are many more state-owned entities owned in all three spheres of government who constantly require top-up funding. This is not because the areas in which they operate are unprofitable. It is just bad management, compounded by the ANC's need to provide work to unproductive card-carrying members who seem to have an incredible acumen for finding ways to milk the cash cows to death, but do not show the same acumen for the jobs that they were actually employed to do. At this stage, I must say that there are public servants in state-owned enterprises still doing the good work of the just, and these rare individuals are saluted, but they are becoming fewer and fewer as the levels of toxicity in the SOEs increases. No, the work of the SOEs is not unprofitable when properly managed, and one only has to look at the privately owned entities who have stepped in to provide similar services as some of the SOEs. Entities able to compete with the SOEs, not only on quality, but also on price. If the post office can't run sustainably, how can a business like Postnet thrive in its 500-odd outlets? If Denel can't pay their own way, how is it that DCD, Paramount, and many other top players can run profitably and still spend heavily on research and development? No, the state has the Sadim touch, purely due to the greed and mismanagement of the connected few. There's no way that we can double down on the failures of state by handing the state more power. The solution to the failing state-owned entities lies not in the Stalinist theories that have failed around the world. The solution lies in the emulation of the private sector, in cutting costs and boosting productivity. The fallacy that this government has fallen for is that the upliftment of the people can be achieved by providing government-sponsored jobs to a limited number of skills-deficient people, when in fact the upliftment of the majority can be far better achieved by building entities that perform the work aimed at achieving the greater good in an efficient, sustainable, and cost-effective way, raising the standard of living of all in South Africa, and using taxpayers' money efficiently so that there is enough still left over to fund other acts of public good and thereby drive economic growth. This government has failed in this regard. This ideology is too far removed from theirs, as is the ideology of the racist proposers of this debate. South Africans, the power to rescue South Africa lies with you. Woza 2024. Thank you.
I are dreaming 2024.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Ryder. Honorable members, I would like now to recognize Honorable R. Munama, Lipompo, MEC, Economic Development, Environment, and Tourism. Honorable Munama. Honorable Munama on visual. 2. Honorable Munama. 3. Siyakuba. Honorable members, I would like now to recognize Honorable Mokause, EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, Honorable Mokause.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chairperson, as the economic freedom fighters, we take very seriously these type of debates because they map a way forward into the upcoming administration. The administration, which is of course going to be led by the economic freedom fighters under the stewardship of Commander-in-Chief and President
dream. How do you the what?
Chairperson, state-owned entities play a key role in promoting socio-economic development by providing a wide range of products and services to the nation. They play an important role, Chair, firstly, in terms of a direct service which they provide, such as access to water, electricity, proper housing, sanitation, and transportation. And in this country, people access to water, electricity, sanitation, and transportation is almost entirely dependable on the state. Chair, state-owned enterprises play a critical role in the economy as they promote the role of the state and are instrumental to the national industrial policy, investment, and in research and in innovation. And when state-owned enterprises, Chair, are properly organized, they are well positioned to deliver public goods and services such as water, electricity, housing, proper sanitation, and uninterrupted electricity supply, telecommunication, and transportation. However, one finds that in this country, Chair, the reality is quite different, as there is a deliberate and systematic destruction of state enterprises. There exists a recurring historical trend of neglect, mismanagement, and non-investment, which has posed a sort of significant challenge to their sustainability and effectiveness. Almost all South Africans, Chair, state-owned enterprises are in a state of despair, characterized by growth debts, dysfunctional management, and failure to deliver on their mandates. And this has been going on for well over a decade. There has been for years a deliberate destruction on all state-owned enterprises by all these ruling elites within the ruling party, which directly impacts the quality of lives of the citizens of South Africa in many forms, such as load shedding and basic services not reaching the greater population. The current challenges, Chair, faced by SOEs lie squarely in their vulnerability of being exploited by opportunistic politicians, other people linked to top politicians within the ruling party. The exploitation is observed in its procurement processes as well as its deployment policy. Chair, almost all these SOEs have faced mismanagement and allegations of corruptions, irregularities in procurement processes, and political interference in key appointments. These challenges have compromised their ability to make sound financial decisions, implementation and effective strategies, and maintain public trust. Mismanagement, inadequate strategic planning, and a failure to adopt market changes have contributed to financial losses and a growth of debt in almost all these state-owned entities. It is also concerning to note how SOEs are now exempted from disclosing irregularities by the sitting government. It has been clear for some time that there exists an endorsement of industrial scale corruption by the National Treasury and the Minister of Finance, Mr. Enoch Godongwana, under the leadership of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa in granting exemption to not only Eskom, but also Transnet and possibly all state-owned enterprises from disclosing irregularities, fruitless expenditure, and wasteful expenditure in their financial statements and annual report. And that alone is corruption. Under this ANC government, we have seen that. We have seen all corruption covered up, and that includes corruption of Phala, money laundering of Phala. Chairperson, how can the state-owned entities, how can the state-owned entities
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Thank you very much.
Ability, President, do not want to.
We will now proceed to
2024. Thank you.
Honourable Protesters.
Okay. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans. Honourable Deputy Minister, I apologise. Firstly, colleagues, I would like to thank the successful bus conductors for this debate. It's been quite something to see the shouting AI today, the shouting AI by Honourable Hlabangwani, and it's been very interesting. But as this debate is sponsored by the failed youth project of the ANC, I feel I must quote the document that fuels the fantasies of our friends resplendent in their Johnson's workwear. Under the dramatic heading, the Freedom Charter says, the people shall share in the country's wealth, and promises two things. First of all, that the wealth of our country, the heritage of all South Africans, shall be restored to the people. And number two, the mineral wealth beneath the soil, the banks and the monopoly industry shall be transferred to the ownership of the people as a whole. Now, the first promise is reasonable. Why shouldn't all South Africans share in the wealth of the country? The second promise, to quote my colleague David Mania, is not only a bad idea, it's a mad idea. In order to illustrate this, I will point out the difference in approach between two countries facing the potential of great wealth and how to achieve this. The juxtaposition of Norway and South Africa is illuminating. Essentially, the Norwegians found their first oil fields in the 1960s. They immediately realized that Norway, as an agricultural country at the time, did not have the skills to exploit the potential wealth of the oil reserves. So they wisely went to the private sector and offered them the rights to explore and to mine on condition that, number one, the private sector pay hefty taxes on their profits. And number two, that Norwegians were employed and trained by the oil industry for approximately 30 years. Then, and this is crucial, instead of stealing the taxes, they invested those funds into a sovereign fund that 60 years later is worth $1.4 trillion, making it the largest in the world. Now this fund, the interest on this fund, the Norwegian government used to balance the deficit every year. Can you believe that? And here's the interesting bit. Every Norwegian by birthright is a shareholder in the fund. And so through exploiting the private sector, not rejecting it, the Norwegians achieved the ideals of the Freedom Charter without succumbing to the temptation to meddling, corruption, and destruction. So what happened in South Africa? So what's happened in South Africa? In the run-up to 1994, the following happened. When Mr. Mandela was released from prison, he told the ANC that he believed in the nationalization of South African assets. He said, the nationalization of the mines, banks, and monopoly industries is the policy of the ANC, and the change or modification of views in this regard is inconceivable, he said at the time.
He then went off to the World Economic Forum in Davos in 1992, and he chatted to his colleagues, his fellow communists from Vietnam and China, and they said, no, don't do that. We've tried it and it failed. And so he came back and had to tell his colleagues, his comrades this, and they regarded him as a sellout. They were very angry. But to keep the peace, Mr. Mandela was forced to compromise with Mr. Mbeki. They weren't presidents then, so I'm referring to them at the time. No disrespect. And the compromise was cadre deployment. A completely human, and I understand the point. You have to reward people involved in the struggle. But the problem is we know that worked out. It worked out into a kakistocracy filled with a crassia-infected sycophants, which has led to an incapable state, which has created a perfect environment for corruption. To summarize, we all agree that South Africans should share the wealth of the country. The trick is that the private sector should be exploited to make that a reality. At least our ANC colleagues have realized that they've run out of money and now have to rely on the private sector. But the notion of using the state to fix what the state has broken is simply deluded. The current situation in the Durban Harbour is the most recent example of this. Why would the same state fix the state? Where would the EFF find these new amazing skills to fix the state? Even the trucking sector knows this. The sooner the state realizes that their job is to create an environment for success, the better. The DA will stick to these parameters, and when we take over in 2024, we will govern to the benefit of South Africans. We are not going anywhere, Chairperson. We are here. Siyabonga.
Wena nobani?
Thank you very much. Honorable Nyambi.
Ungena nabani nyani?
Bazongena ne-EFF amagwala aba.
Angeke asifane nani thina angeke.
They are playing.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Minister Bapela, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. I really and truly welcome the opportunity to participate in this debate and wish to state that we have been down a similar route before. Whereas the EFF is advocating for state fundamentalism, we had the DA and the FF Plus in the previous debate, jumping up and down, punting for the private sector to lead development. Not only are these positions polarizing, both are short blankets, which each covering the head and another the legs. What happens to the rest of the body? I'm sure both parties couldn't care less. To both the DA and the FF Plus, Meskinek Mudet and Africans slate that albei posisi escort combese. We have been at our wits and trying to educate both the EFF and FF plus the DA that nothing beats a middle road approach. But they do not seem to be listening. They are hell-bent on advocating for extremism. That has not worked for our country in the past and certainly not do so now and in the future. Today's debate is unevenly balanced. It is only the ANC which approach this debate more rather than objectively, whereas the EFF and other opposition parties view every state effort to restructure SOEs with skepticism, if not downright contempt. Honorable Bapela, Honorable Mkiva, Honorable Mama, they were very objective in presenting the position of the ANC. The implicit assumption of the phrase urgent steps needed to reposition the state as the primary driver of development is that the role of the state in development is either absent, dysfunctional, or even marginalized. This implicit assumption reflects the EFF statist left-wing hegemony that state control over economic and social affairs is necessary for economic success. The implication of this is that the state must be in control of SOE to drive economic and sustainable development. Henceforth, anything other than total state control of SOE is, according to a EFF, a capitalist conspiracy against the poor and the working class, in which the state and the private sector conspire against the poor and the working class. The reality is that the EFF statist left-wing hegemony that places front and center the state as the agent of development through the total control of SOE has been tried, has rarely, if ever, worked. What is often muted and implicit about the EFF statist left-wing hegemony is that it is the deeper cause of our SOE inadequacy to develop long-term strategies for meeting the infrastructural development and gross fixed formation agenda. As the ANC, we reject the left-wing hegemony because it ignores a huge range of possibilities for economic development through the joint efforts between public and private sector. In short, public-private partnership can deliver progressive outcomes, honorable members. In fact, public-private partnership, as outlined in the Presidential Review Committee on SOE and the Economic Restructuring and Recovery Plan, ERRP, can provide an impetus to the efforts geared towards restructuring and turnaround plans of SOE on one hand, and act as a useful tool for expansion of infrastructure development and gross fixed capital formation on the other hand. Honorable members, just to illustrate, there is now evidence that the inefficiencies and weaknesses in the electricity market have constrained infrastructure development and gross fixed capital formation. In particular, the electricity market is plagued by numerous challenges, including the inability of ESCOM to generate enough electricity to offset the growing demand, which has resulted in periodic stages of load shedding. We accept where there are shortcomings like load shedding. We can't defend that. We agree when facts are put in the table. The harmful effects of load shedding on households and businesses make the restructuring of ESCOM a priority of the state. To this end, the state has embarked on a series of sequential steps to unbundle ESCOM into 3 divisions responsible for generation, transmission, and distribution as part of effecting the comprehensive restructuring and reforming initiative in ESCOM. Honorable members, the self-objective goals of the unbundling of ESCOM include incentivizing greater competition on the generation and distribution function, which do not require large investment in infrastructure in the transmission function. As such, the unbundling of ESCOM increases the entry of renewable energy resources through independent power producers in the generation and distribution networks of the South African electricity market. However, all these hinges upon the implementation of the Electricity Regulation Act, ERA. Nevertheless, the upshot is that the unbundling of ESCOM attempts to open South African electricity market to competition, while the state retains electricity price control through the National Energy Regulator of South Africa, NERSA. Retaining electricity price control contradicts the EFF flawed assumption that the role of the state in development has withered away. In a nutshell, retaining electricity price control is a classical example, a state playing active role in managing economic and social development. This, of course, is a contradictory position, at least according to the DA, as retaining electricity price control runs counter to the objective of opening South African electricity market. The crux of the DA argument is that deregulation of electricity tariff is not only economically efficient, but also politically sensible, in that it minimizes the very same possibility that public representatives can use the state as a vehicle to promote their own self-interest at the cost of the public. Such a view has been reinforced by palpable mismanagement of state assets and corruption in most state institutions, not least only SOEs. The ANC's approach to the unbundling of ISCOM is dissimilar to DA's faith in flawless markets. Our approach is dissimilar because, unlike DA, the ANC is not ignorant to the widespread incidents of market failures across the world. In short, deregulation of electricity tariffs as proposed by DA, it's more likely to allow IPPs to make super profits, thereby increasing the share of income accruing directly to the private sector at the expense of the poor and the working class customers. Overall, the unbundling of ISCOM accelerates the economic restructuring and recovery plan priority to crowd in additional private investment to increase the much needed generation capacity. Perhaps most interestingly, the unbundling of ISCOM strengthened efforts to attract private sector investment in the delivery of the geographic and energy strategic integrated project as part of building broad-based public-private partnership, PPP, that's improving infrastructure development and gross fixed capital formation in the country. As expected, you never fail, honorable members, to go to the extreme. One thing that we have to learn in this debate that it's possible as honorable members of this house to come here and engage in a fruitful debate without insulting each other. What I witnessed right from the beginning, Honorable Makwala, we are not discussing people. We're discussing the topic as we have raised a very important topic. What I'm not going to do is to stand here and undermine any member who participated in the debate. I'm going to engage the subject. When Honorable Nana was on the floor, I thought the topic is about Venezuela. I got lost along the way. I realized that every time when they have an opportunity, they missed it. I listened to Honorable Browden Seth before he came here, when he was there, when it was EFF debating. He was asking a critical question. What is the solution? I anticipated that when he's going to get the opportunity, he's going to present the solution. But when we're here, nothing was presented as a solution to show that you don't understand the magnitude and the challenges facing South Africa. A very important point that I want to raise. I know Honorable Makwala will be coming to close the debate as he has opened it. The problem that we'll be facing is that the biggest communication problem. You do not listen to understand. As I'm speaking now, it's just listening to reply, not to understand what you are raising. And that is going to be his worst problem. To all honorable members, I have a message that I want to give as an advice. Open code. Open code to those that when they come here, they want to insult people that can't even respond here. Never. A friend of mine has put a sticker in his car. The message, I like the message. The message, open quote, never try to destroy someone's life with a lie when yours can be destroyed with the truth. Let me repeat it. Every time when I see the back of my friend's car, open quote, never try to destroy someone's life with a lie when yours can be destroyed with the truth, close quote. Honorable members, the restructuring of ISCOM, Transnet, Denel, SABC, or SAFCOL indicate that the EFF assumption that the role of state in development has withered away is somehow impossible to trace or pinpoint. Allow me, honorable members, as we've tried as ANC members, right from Mama, Honorable Mkiva, the Deputy Minister, to clarify why even the minister is not part of the debate today. It's with the president, as we have seen what has been launched yesterday in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We're supposed to be proud of what was happening yesterday because we're here as the National Council of Provinces representing the interests of these very same provinces. And our role as honorable members is to do oversight, is to pass law, is to make this legislation and deal with public participation, but not to come here and grandstand and insult each other. To conclude, the restructuring of SOE has nothing to do with withdrawing the state from economic and social spaces.
Chairperson, I would like to know if the Honorable Nyambi would like to take a question.
No, we don't have time for questions. We don't have time for questions.
With pleasure. I'll ask the question. What's the question, Honorable Member?
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Let's hope you have it.
Chairperson, I would like to ask through you to the Honorable Nyambi if he can tell me if any Section 76 bill ever been amended in the NCOP based on the interest of the provinces.
Thank you. I anticipated that you are just disrupting the flow of my speech. You don't have a question. You are asking something irrelevant. It has nothing to do with what we're debating. An honorable advice. It's better sometimes to be quiet and be thought a fool than to open your mouth and leave no doubt. To conclude, the restructuring of SOE has nothing to do with withdrawing the state from economic and social spaces, and therefore it cannot be defined by deliberate attempts to distract SOEs. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
I love you, Baba.
Thank
you, Baba. Yes. We can close the debate now. We're done. Yes.
The debate is done. You can close. You are nothing.
We can close the debate now. We are done speaking.
We are better than you. We are not going to be addressed by such corrupt people.
Wow.
Honorable members.
Wow.
Let's give, please close the debate.
We don't know what Honorable Magwala will be saying now because all the issues have been explored. They don't have issues, Chair.
We really do need a disciplined approach. So I'm going to order you to sit down. Please sit down. Honorable Makwala.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity to thank all the members that have debated here and said nothing at all. Especially the last speaker that came and grandstand and came here and grandstand. They think that you are in a rally somewhere there in Mpumalanga, trying to convince the millions of South Africans again to give the ANC another chance next year, which is they've been given for more than 30 years. There's nothing that anyone can do to save the ANC. Chairperson, I just want to respond to the member that is permanently on virtual Mkiva, that he must not come and sing for his supper to come back to NCOP next year. He must debate he must debate what is on the table. Honorable Nana or Honorable Jomo has already answered you. Mama P, you have tried your best to cook what you know that the ANC has failed. You have tried your best, Mama P, to try to change this thing, but the cookiness can never happen. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters is deeply concerned that under the leadership of Cyril Matamane Ramaphosa, the state centralized in the presidency is being turned into a personal playground where transparency, accountability, and good governance principles are thrown out of the window. The plans to hide industrial scale looting of state-owned enterprises assets suggests that 3 years down the line, we will be told that these SOEs are not functional and privatization will be justified. We have today witnessed how that could come about, as the opposition has spent the day session arguing that the private sector is innovative and strategic in development. However, this is not true, as the said advantages of private sector can be achieved by a public sector with a robust management. The insufficiency in the state enterprises are issues that can be addressed through reform rather than outright destruction. Chairperson, the private sector can never be given a platform to be the key developer of the economic growth in South Africa because its primary incentive is profit, which will lead to neglect of services that are essential but less profitable, such as those in remote or economically disadvantaged areas. Development should be driven by aspirations of the people, as policies are set up by the government, which directly represent the people, not by the private sector. The government is voted in by the people through a democratic election process, and hence their policies are primarily mandated by the demand of the people. The incentive of a private sector are not bounded by the aspiration of the people, but rather goals of its board. Chairperson, urgent steps are needed to reposition the state. This can be done by addressing challenges faced in SOEs, which requires comprehensive reform, improved governance, strategic planning, and a commitment to transparent accountability to ensure the long-term sustainability of state enterprises in South Africa. Our proposal is not mere restructuring. It is a visionary, overwhelming, incapacitated government, strategic reinvestment, and capacity building. Through these measures, we aim not just for improvement, but for a transformation that will position our state enterprises as drivers of the development and engines of the economic growth. As the EFF, we call for transparent process where leadership positions within the state enterprises are filled on basis of skills, qualified and experience. This is a fundamental and forest culture of competence and professionalism. We also call for disclosure of standards and conduct of regular performance assessment, which are essential components of our government reform. Transparent reporting and accountability assessment will provide stakeholders with a clear picture of the state enterprises operation and ensure leadership is held accountable for achieving strategic goals. In summary, the systematic decline of South Africa's state-owned enterprise has profound economic and social impact and marked by neglect, mismanagement, and disinvestment. Today, as the EFF, we have urged against privatization, emphasizing the need for an urgent step to reposition the state as the primary driver of development. These steps include governance reforms, transparent process, reinvestment in critical sectors, and capacity building for a global competitive workforce. The goal is to transform the state enterprises into engines of economic growth and competitive, addressing the current challenges and fostering a long-term sustainability. Lastly, Chairperson, we urge all South Africa to register to vote. Vote for the economic freedom fighters in the upcoming election so that we are better positioned to challenge the blunted disgruntled of transparency and accountability. It is now important than ever for all ground forces committed to genuine democracy and good governance in South Africa to unite and fight against erosion of constitutional values and undermining our nation. Together, we can make sure that the era of the state
your time is up.
and
Okay.
corrupt does not return to the gears of economic
Aninaye nomasipala omnye kodwa
There's
nithini
only one party only that can transform these SOEs is the economic freedom fighters. Come 2024, we will make sure there is no private or privatization of these companies, and we'll make sure that we fire all these boards that you are praising so much, that they are doing so good. We will make sure that that ESCOM
Bophe Zimbabwe,
very much
foreign
Your time
clean,
is
is
up
not
now.
turned down. It must be
Your
clean
time
of
is up
corruption.
now.
We will make sure that the ANC has never seen light again taking over this country.
Your
We
time
must
is
make
up.
sure that next year, 2024, in
Your
May,
time
we
is
vote for
up. Your
economic
time
freedom
is
fighters.
up now.
We vote for freedom. We vote for free load shedding. We vote for free corruption. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
We heard anything serious on was when.
On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable members,
No, there can't be a point of order. We're done with the debate. There's no point of order.
I'm
There's no
rising
point
on a
of
point
order.
of
We're
order,
done
Chair.
with the debate, Mem Kausi. We're
Chairperson,
done with the debate.
Chair,
order.
I'm rising on a point of order.
Honorable members,
It's late.
I'm rising on a point of order.
It's a late
Order.
intelligence. We're late.
Remember that
On a point
we
of
have a
order.
responsibility
On a point of order.
to respect the rules of the House. We have a responsibility to respect and abide by the laws of the country.
On a point of order.
Constitution.
No, but Chair is speaking. Chair is ruling.
Related.
On a point of order, or the table staff can mute me,
Chair is
but it
speaking.
doesn't mute the ANC.
Chair is
The table
speaking.
staff can mute us,
To
but the
conduct
ANC can
ourselves
speak as they
in
wish.
keeping with
Is that how you behave?
us collectively being the public representatives. There's been a very good attempt today to really get us on the straight and narrow and to ensure that we do the right thing. Of course, the issues will be pursued, as was indicated earlier on, that is specific reference to those matters that requires a special attention in relation to matters related to discipline. Honorable Shabangwan. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. Allow me at this point to thank the Deputy Minister, Honorable Bapela, for his presence and participation. The same appreciation goes to MEC's special delegates for availing themselves. The House is now adjourned.
Thank you very much, the Chair. Long live the Chair.
Thank you, Chair.